Local fashion police that are out here looking at what members and guests are wearing. Of course, the most important thing is that they must support local. This is brought to you by Proudly SA in partnership with Parliament. Now to my panel. The local, I feel like every time I say the local fashion police, there must be some dramatization.
There should be a backup sound or something.
Thank you. There should be. There really should be.
Yeah.
So, of course, we broke away, and as we were standing outside, we realized that there are some of the guests that are coming through.
Yeah.
And throughout the day, we've been talking about how the youth have been part of Parliament. They have been part of all these leadership positions. How do we then ensure that in terms of fashion, the youth are empowered, especially those that want to go into fashion? Jess?
Well, I mean, I think the main way you can empower the youth is by giving the accurate information from the get-go. You know, I think oftentimes we go and decide we want to study something or become something, and we don't necessarily have you know, all the realistic and accurate kind of information. So I think maybe putting some effort into, you know, so for instance, if someone decides they want to study fashion, maybe have actual fashion designers come and speak to these people beforehand, you know, so they can make, you know, informed decisions. Yeah, I think that's what...
And so, look, does it only have to be just going to school? I mean, I could literally just start up in the backup room at my mom's house there and start sewing things. Isn't that also something that can become a passion and it can live up to a brand eventually?
Yeah. Well, for me, I'm living proof that, you know, I grew up with, it's a God-given talent. However, I knew I had to go to school because you need that extra background of knowing what you're dealing with, especially when you're trying to, or you want to go into the business side of the fashion industry. Because once you're just sewing at home or sewing just for, I would say for fun, because then you're not really taking it seriously. So the school side is very important and crucial because it gears you up for the whole entire fashion knowledge entirely. You know, you get to learn a lot of things. You get to explore. You learn how to, you know, think out of the box. You learn how to come up with conceptualize storyboards, mood boards, you know, patterns and all those things. So I think it is quite important, even though you are having that God-given talent.
And Emmanuel, you're basically the monitor and the evaluator of fashion.
Yeah.
Do you then think that in terms of quality, that one can distinguish whether one has gone through the tertiary qualifications and has got that, or whether they've just decided that this is my passion, I'm just going to go? Is there a distinction with the quality there?
Yeah, I was looking outside actually. I mean, I'm seeing a bit of color. I'm very excited. Can you distinguish? Look, there's a difference between the mentorship is important, as the two designers mentioned, but that helps also with the craftsmanship, right? So the fashion, obviously, you might have these great ideas. You need to harness them. You need to polish them. And that kind of training then helps you polish those things. The stitching, production. It's a business also, ultimately, let's not forget. So you need to look at the business side of it. Yes, creativity, important, but also you need to understand the business side of it.
All right. Now, how do we then ensure that we encourage people to buy local? Because I know a lot of people complain that, oh, but it's a little bit expensive, you know, so I'd rather just order online. It'll be here, shipped here in the next 2 weeks. You know who we're talking about. How do we ensure then, Silo, that we encourage people to buy local?
I think just the narrative of it being drilled into their minds that it's creating jobs. I think that's the most important part, because people don't really get why they should buy local, you know.
So awareness is important.
Yeah, for them, they look at the clothes as not comparing them to the international brands per se, but they don't see them as quality. You know, they think you're just sewing from the back room of your house, and you're sewing. It's like you're not serious about what you're doing. So once we start educating the public that they are, and designing is an important craftsmanship that needs to be invested in, and it starts with people starting to buy and supporting those designers.
Well, Tammy is on the red carpet, and I'm hearing that he has got somebody there. As you can see, that there are a lot of members that are arriving, and hopefully Tammy has got some fluff and some texture and some color pops. And let's see what Tammy has for us there at the red carpet.
All right, so we're back here on the red carpet, like I promised you, at the 7th Administration and the opening of the Parliament address. And it just feels like we were here the other day and looking at the beautiful garments that Zondile Masina wears, and beautiful Snazo. You were in orange the last time. I'm interested in finding out who made your outfit now. But I am tempted to ask, who put this together? I think that every time we do our fashion police,
local production.
Yes, you know what? We don't talk enough about men.
He's very shy. So he said I mustn't talk about him. I would like to keep him. He's my Mongolia. That's I want to shop there privately.
So earlier on, we were like, okay, what are the guys wearing? What are the shoes looking like? What are the socks looking like? What is the underwear looking like?
Everything is black.
Now let's come to your beautiful wife. Please, can you just give us, turn around so we can see your outfit. If you can just pan up and down. Snazo Masina, please can you tell us what you're wearing and what inspired it? Welcome.
Thank you so much. You look beautiful yourself.
I try.
Very, very nice. I'm dressed by Ryan Keys. Yeah. And gold is, it's a new 7th administration. We're excited with what it's about to bring. So I guess it's just about the new dawn and what it's going to do.
So I know that you're a person that supports fashion across, and I know you support women in multiple conversations, and you support Ryan Keys. Why is it important for us to buy local and to wear local?
First of all, the economy. It's very important. Mr. Keys himself has literally employed over 20 black women and black men, which is fantastic. If you go to his studio, you'll see just the workmanship. You'll be really inspired, because what that ultimately does is that it translates into the economy and empowering other families as well.
You look absolutely stunning, and I always say to people, it doesn't live just here within the government and how it's put together. What do you think we can do? What more can we do and to support local brands? And what would you say to everyone who's coming here and who gets invited to functions, bringing their outfits here? Yes. How can you encourage them to buy local?
Definitely would encourage them. One thing is for sure. You think of the value chain from start to finish. There's a lot that goes with the fashion industry. It's not just the garments that we wear on the red carpet. This is just the end of it all. But there's the textile industry, which has been depreciating in the country. You think about just the academia on its own, the fashion by our government. So there's actually a lot that we can look at. You can look at trade, you look at imports, exports. How can we best support all of that? And it's not just about looking amazing, but looking at it in its totality.
Yeah. I love that. And you were in that space for a very long time, that trade and clothing and textile. You guys look absolutely gorgeous. I love the compliment that's here. I'm seeing the bees that are coming through. I don't know if that was intentional. Oh, I'm seeing the honey that's dripping here. Thank you so much for taking your time again with us. Enjoy tonight. Cool. So thank you so much. That was Zondile Masina and his beautiful wife, Snazo Masina, who are dripping in like beautiful honey and, bees up in there in that gold ensemble that was done by Mr. Keys, who's employed over 20 people in the business that encourages buying local and supports local businesses in South Africa. So as people come on, I saw my favorite who's doing their interview out there, and it's really going to be an exciting evening today. A lot of people are coming out and they're trying out new things. It's a new dawn, as they say. It's the 7th administration. It's the government of national unity. And it'll be so amazing to just see what collaborations bring to us, the country, what people can put together, and not just from a level of just a garment that's out here, but you know, the jewelry space, yeah, the leather and shoe space, people who are behind other things that become, you know, beneficiaries of why these events happen, and how they can get into either makeup, looks, and all the stylists, the entire value chain. I know Snaza just mentioned now that as we look at this, we think of it as just the finale, the last outfit that you see that people bring on here. But I think it becomes important for us to understand the workmanship that goes into those garments, and how many people said, yes, I give that a 10. Yes, I give that a 10. Yes, I give it a 10, from stylists to everyone else. So I'm going to throw back to studio with my beautiful people out there, and all our panelists who are in there, who've been telling you about what they're looking out for, and they will discuss that beautiful outfit here, Dripping Honey, and tell us what it means and how they feel about it. Back to studio.
Every time we being outside the red carpet.
Yeah.
Let's formalize this.
Yeah.
That dress.
Yeah.
Out of 10.
Yeah.
Before we comment, and
Yeah.
just out of 10.
Yeah.
Emmanuel.
Yeah.
What do you think? Out of 10, how much?
What a solid start. I think she's on trend. She spoke about Ryan Keys. He is known for that craftsmanship, so you can literally tell that that dress was sitting on her so well. Beat her to perfection. For me, it's a solid 10. Unfortunately, on Mzwandile, I felt like the suit was not well tailored. I thought it could have been better fitted, and I was not a fan of the tie. I was not a fan of the tie.
Emmanuel is throwing punches here. Jess, what are your thoughts?
No, I liked it. I also know Ryan, and he's a great guy. She looked amazing. She really, I mean, even I liked her hair, her makeup. She looked very well put together. She's got a lovely figure. I definitely think she knows how to dress for her figure. Ryan knows how to shape her figure, and she did really well there. And yeah, Ryan's known for that red carpet look, you know. That's his thing, that's what he does, and he does it well.
And Mr. Mzwandile?
Oh yeah.
Well, he didn't mention his designer, but he said he's top secret. He can't be saying out his local designer. So, what do you think?
I hope the designer is in fact local, and that's not why it's top secret. But I think he's trying.
Yeah.
I think he's trying. He's giving it a bash.
Did he win?
Out of 10?
Try, win.
Do I have to give a number?
Please, you have to. You are the local fashion police.
Yeah.
6.
Ooh, okay, Selo. Are you going to be the savior here for this suit from this anonymous...
Yeah.
What are your comments, and what are your...
The dress looks...
Amazing.
It looks stunning. Technically, though, I didn't like the belt. It was not sitting well.
Okay.
That's just technical. And when it comes to the husband, guys, there's no complimenting each other, number one.
Yeah.
Okay.
It looked like he just woke up.
Yeah, they look like they were going to 2 different parties.
Yeah.
But don't be mean, guys.
We're not being mean.
Members and esteemed guests of the opening of Parliamentary dress.
Yeah. I just feel like he didn't try enough.
Yeah.
Come to the party.
Yeah.
So the suit is not suited for this event?
No.
It's
yeah.
not working.
For me, the tailoring was totally off. But I also have to say something, guys. I think her accessory looked amazing.
Yeah.
I think I liked a bit of animal print. I liked the red lip. I think she looked incredible. And the décolletage, which is this part of a female.
Jay?
A new word. Looked incredible.
Yeah, I would just like to add that that bag didn't necessarily look local to me.
Yeah.
I might be wrong. It didn't look local, and but there is a part of that that I would say I'm okay with. It's okay to mix and match, as long as you're still supporting local. Doesn't mean don't buy Dior. Who doesn't want a Dior something, you know? But get your Dior something, but get your Makosa something, or your Ryan Keys something, you know?
The standard has been set high.
I think in terms of women's wear,
yes,
whoever's going to come after her, oh my God.
So
she said it here.
A solid 10?
A solid 10 for the beautiful
dress.
Yes.
Jess?
7.
A 7. Ooh.
For the honey.
For the honey dress.
Okay, I'll give it an 8.
An 8.
An 8, yeah.
But
I liked it.
It was gorgeous,
yeah.
I thought. So after seeing this, what are your expectations now?
Yeah. Like I said, she's coming with the color of royalty. Look, it's a lot of young people also coming to the red carpet this year, so I'm expecting a lot of experiment. Like I said, she's showing sexy skin, but she's still very dignified. She chose color of royalty, gold, gold, gold. In terms of menswear, I want our...
Fitted.
Yeah, it needs to be fitted, tailored to perfection, but also they need to rise to the occasion, you know what I'm saying?
Jess, you mentioned that, of course, it's the whole thing. It can't just be the dress. It can't just be the shoe. It has to be the makeup, the hair, everything. Do you think it was everything for her, the honeyed dress?
I didn't see her shoes.
We didn't see her shoes. We'll assume they were great.
Yeah, I think she did well. I mean, I would really, really like to see some people kind of embracing simplicity and elegance and class. It's not something we see very often in this country. And I would like to see people starting to try and experiment with that, you know, that Chanel look maybe, you know. Let's see.
We'll see. We'll see. Of course, there are a lot of young members that will be here. What are you expecting from there? A little bit of fluff, maybe? Just briefly?
I'm expecting them to bring out the designers.
We're just about to see that Tammy has somebody on the red carpet. Tammy, let's see what you have.
And we're back here at the opening of Parliament Address 2024. And if you're following the conversation, please go down to our hashtag OPA 2024, and follow the beautiful trends and the fashion that we're following here out here. My name is Tammy, and I'm standing here with Ambassador Bridget Motsepe, and we're looking at this gorgeous outfit. I followed your life, I've followed your outfits, and you've always looked trendy. We're here today asking if people are wearing local and why it's and why.
South African. I'm proudly South African because we have to show the world that we've got talent, we've got artistic uniqueness that we need to share with everybody. And
Why do you
whenever, it doesn't matter where I go, I always make sure that I have South African designers do it. Because my family will also, my sister-in-law owns a fashion, IFI, International Fashion, Africa Fashion International.
I know that's very close to your heart, and I know a lot of people don't often understand, you know, the value chain that goes in and how we are able to put so many humans in school, so many families at home, feed many families, whether it's a design that's made for you, a stylist who's putting it together. What has been your inspiration and what has been your whole thing about fashion? You've always been stylish.
You know, let me tell you about fashion. You find a woman maybe didn't have the means because maybe of the apartheid or maybe because of her family not being able to give her the means to go to school and get a unique university degree and get the kind of business that I'm involved. I'm a mining entrepreneur, I build mines all over the world. But then she has a talent, and that talent can assist her to create a dress or a garment that will take her children to school, that will also be, that, you know, speak to the nation in terms of what her desires are. And desires and the fact, you know, people in the artistic world can talk to people through their art. And the singers, remember, we used to sing anti-apartheid songs and we used to sing visionary songs and inspire the people. And the fashion can also tell you which kind of mood you are. And you can talk to people in the way you dress without them, without even saying a word, you know, and then they can say, oh, today she's probably like in the mood of like this and that. But all I want to say is that the fashion industry creates jobs because one person that can sew and or the designer that designs have got a lot of people there. The other person does the tailoring. The other providers, that someone has to come and build the tiles, install the tiles, another one has to do the ceiling, another one has to do the installation of the kitchen. So you find in a building house, there could be maybe 50 little, small and medium enterprises that you are having. And in the fashion industry is the same. Yeah. Is the same. So job creation is the name of the game. And the tax then can then gain the tax and then also be able to provide.
I love the fact that you brought in music into it. You brought in what inspires other people, because I know that we can have silent conversations just by being visible.
But some visible. You know, sometimes I remember Princess Charlene of Monaco, she
Yes.
cut her hair
Yeah.
in a punk or whatever.
Yeah.
And she was probably going through a
phase.
phase
Yeah.
that time, you know. So sometimes with a woman, you just say, you know what, I'm just going through a phase. And then there was a time I just wanted to dress African outfits. And I used to have boo-boos and I used to have turbans. Because, you know why? Because whenever I go abroad to maybe to the General Assembly or whatever, and the World Economic Forum, and then they say, are you African American? I say, no, I'm proudest African. Because you're there and you give so much input. They look at your CV, they say, no, she can't be African. And then when they realize through your dress that you are African, through the dress, because look at me.
Yes.
Patrice is darker than me, and I'm look like Mom, and she's darker than me. And then I want to say, look, I'm black, so let me show them with my outfit that I'm black. So today I just felt like, let me go this route.
This route and the beautiful roses. I want you to show us your outfit. If you can just do like a little, ooh. She's looking gorgeous. I'm a huge fan of roses and I am loving this design. I'm going to throw it back to studio so that we can talk about some of the detailing. If you can just take a look at the camera out there. The detailing here that's got a beautiful roses, and they're everywhere.
Yes.
You and roses?
My sister, I love roses, but let me tell you about my family. My older sister, she used to be Miss Africa South. She won Miss World Personality, Miss World Photogenic, Veronica Rosette Motsepe.
Yes.
And then I used to follow her. And my mother used to know the art of work. And she always said, you know, you must, when you dress up an outfit, it has to do with the psychological impact of what you do. So they say, if you're short like I'm short, make sure that you wear something that's all in one. Because when you have a different color and a different color, then I look at the black and I look at the red, and then it squeezes you. But if it's all like pink, you look taller. So I dress tall, and I'm not tall. People think I am. And now, you know, then your personality also has to project.
Absolutely.
You know? And you find it when I'm in not a personality mood, and I'm maybe in a more serious mood.
Yes.
I don't like to dress like a man, because I work with men and men work for me. Men love a woman who's always feminine and can be assertively feminine in what she does.
Amazing. So I know this is something that you as a person who, if I follow the history and family, I'm like, Bachwa Pitori, they teach them really well. But at Churchville, they teach them very well. And I am seeing this come through. Thank you for your contribution to our economy and for pushing, you know, fashion. I know the family has got multiple interests within the fashion space and the clothing and textile space. So thank you. You look absolutely amazing. You look absolutely, and you enjoy tonight. Enjoy tonight. Cool. Doesn't she just look absolutely amazing? Ambassador Bridget Motsepe, she looks absolutely amazing in that rose layered dress. I'm throwing it back to you guys in studio. Please, let's talk about that outfit, okay? This is a family that comes from fashion. Say what you gotta say.
Tammy's having the absolute fun outside there, and that was the ambassador, Bridget Motsepe. Now, Silo, what did you think of that beautifully contoured dress? I'm learning your language here.
Okay. No, she looked stunning. She looks stunning. I like the proportions, and the shoes showing nicely, and it complements the dress.
Yes.
And I think the fabric, it's got like velvety, so
Which is great for winter.
yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So yeah, she looked beautiful. She looked stunning, and the headpiece as well makes the dress very well.
Jess?
I liked the kind of feel that she was going for. It has a very French kind of vibe about it. With the kind of the beret vibe, you know, and the silhouette was lovely. My honest opinion, and it's just my opinion,
Go for it.
I would have simplified again, maybe gone with one solid color from head to toe, and let that fur on her arm just pop. So again, I think it's just like, think of what you want, and then think about it again, and think about it again. You refine.
All right. Emmanuel, what are your thoughts?
I love a fashion rebel. She said, I'm going black. She said, I'm going gothic. And it's giving what it needs to give for me. I'm obsessed with that 3D kind of technique.
Yes.
It's very tricky to get right. It's absolutely amazing. It's very feminine, but also quite strong at the same time. And it's coming through in the color, but it's florals. It's still soft. And I mean, she's just wearing it. It looks like this is how she dresses in her everyday life. And she's confident, and it's giving her silhouette a lovely shape. So for me, I'm impressed. And I also like the headpiece. I think that was a lovely dramatic finishing touch. And I said textures today. She's giving me texture.
We have texture. Tammy is out there with somebody else. Let's see more texture and fluff and couture. Tammy, what do you have?
And we're back with a beautiful woman who's dressed incredibly amazing, Mam Gwenda Mokgopa. I have to have some respect. Coming from one Pretorian and Atteridgeville to another one who understands style, who understands dressing locally, also who works within finance, who's been like, you know, our treasurer for the African National Congress. Mom, you look absolutely gorgeous. Please, can you just turn around for us? She's not just the lady with the purse and the bag. Who are you wearing and why this? What inspired it?
This is a local designer, Caroline from Pretoria. She also trains. She has got a training school in fashion for young people, and she trains in different provinces. So yes, the colors obviously are inspired by my own organization, but they are also ethnic colors, and it's supporting local artists, local designers, local business, and to also show off that South Africans can do it, even in the creatives.
Why is that important for just the country as a whole? I know people talk about it as supporting like just one person or the people that she has who she trains, but why is it important and for that contribution in our GDP, in our economy, overall, why is it important?
We're talking about the creative industry. It's an industry which is also very central to what we say is one of our key industries of tourism. Without this industry, tourism wouldn't be strong. But we also know that we are all differently gifted. And even in our struggle, we worked quite a lot with the creative industry, music industry, the poets, to make sure that we are where we are. So we can't leave them behind.
You know what, I love that because a lot of people are just also conscious of the partnerships and the collaborations that are done. When you talk about poets and musicians, people show up dressed in certain garments. Poets write things, they write things there, and I love the intersection that's there. But I also love that you're looking out at young people who are trying to, you know, come up in the world and contribute. And you know, in terms of like solving our problems and our economic crisis in the country for young people. Please, I want you to turn around one more time because I'm looking at the detail here.
Unfortunately, I'm not here for fashion.
No, you aren't. Look at the detail.
I'm here for listening to the State of the Nation address. Very important. Very important to creatives, very important to all of us. And that's the most important thing for today, you know. Yeah.
I love that. I love your look. I love your look. You must enjoy tonight. And welcome to the 7th administration.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Welcome to all of us. There's still a national dialogue, and the creatives must be at the center of it as well.
I thank you.
Thank you.
I thank you. There you have it from Mam Gwenda Mokgopa, who says that creatives must be at the center of this discussion. And this big discussion leads me to the next guests who are about to walk on. They have walked many red carpets of multiple administrations, talking fashion, having us debate and talk about how gorgeous individuals look. I know that the next gentleman that's coming on here has been wearing local for the longest of time. I saw him the other day debating. I saw him on the platform. He looks absolutely gorgeous, and I'd like to invite him. Hi, please. I want to talk about your outfit. You look absolutely stunning. I'm good, thank you. If you could just join us here. Welcome to Parliament TV.
Good. Sorry, thank you.
We're standing here with Malisi Kikaba. You are always dressed stylishly, and I know that you've supported a lot of local designers. Why? Was that a conscious decision to support local designers?
Supporting local designers is a conscious decision. It's about supporting the South African economy, ensuring that we circulate our money around the country, and we promote local designers. We create jobs in South Africa. So it's a conscious decision, and which I hope that many people would follow. I mean, whether you wearing a Western suit or you wearing local South African couture, you have to support South Africa.
Did you just say couture?
Well, of course.
I mean that gives us history, you know, and your knowledge around fashion. You look absolutely stunning.
Thank you very much.
Who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Tsepo Mashiko, I mean, from Relevance for Men, based in Tshwane, Centurion. Yeah.
I'm always interested in just seeing like so many garments that are made for men, because we never talk enough about fashion. Thank you for your contribution to our conversations around fashion. You look absolutely stunning.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy tonight. Welcome. I'm here just to welcome you. You look gorgeous. Come. No, I want to see that. You look gorgeous. Just take a picture with me. She just looks absolutely gorgeous. That blue number with the roses is absolutely lovely, and it just sits very well with that brown outfit. I saw that that pocket thing there with the blue. Guys, did you see that? He's wearing Tsepo from Centurion. Can we discuss that outfit on that gorgeous human who talks about fashion? Let's go back to Sido.
I think the local fashion police are more interested in talking about Dr. Ramokgopa first.
Yeah.
So she arrived in a green. She said that it's inspired by the colors of the ANC. Right? What were your thoughts, Jess?
Why do you keep starting with me?
Women empowerment.
No, she looked good. She's definitely trying.
Yes.
You know, it doesn't necessarily just come easy to everyone. It's a process of trial and error. I maybe would have worn a black dress and let the green jacket pop a bit more. I liked her shoes.
Ooh.
Yeah, and I think, you know, just a notice to understand that as much as fashion is creative, it is also incredibly technical.
Oh.
So as much as you focus on the creative side of what you're making, you have to focus equally on the technical aspects of what you're making.
Emmanuel, fashion is technical. Is it subjective?
Yeah, just what a bore.
I'm just strict.
Look, she didn't get it right. Let's be honest. I said texture. She gave me texture. I was not impressed. I don't like the color on her. I just don't think the silhouette set very well on her.
Okay.
I wish it was more modern. I wish there was a bit of modernity. And I love that she is saying she's wearing Caroline, I think, was the name of the designer. I just wish it set better on her. I think she's incredible. I think she's a gorgeous woman.
Okay.
Had the silhouette just kept it in black, maybe perhaps. I think the styling let her down. Yeah.
Silo, do you share the same thought?
I think the proportions again. The jacket, she felt so uncomfortable. She kept pulling it.
Yes,
because it was pulling at the back, and also that fur on the waist. I felt like it shouldn't be on the sleeves only.
Okay.
Because it just added more wrongness.
I agree. And if that was a fuller feather like this, it would have
yeah, if it was like ostrich feather,
Okay.
it would
Out
have
of
made
10?
sense. Out of 10, I would give it a 6.
Jess, out of 10?
4.
Emmanuel, out of 10?
I would give it a 5 for effort.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, we saw then Melusi Gigaba,
Yeah.
and he's always dressed to the nines,
Yeah.
right? And I love the fact that I'm going to focus on him because a lot of the times we look at the ladies,
Yeah.
right? Silo, what were your thoughts?
Okay, that's how you dress up as a male. So that is exactly what I was talking about. The texture, the fit, the cut, the tailoring, proper. He never misses at all.
Emmanuel?
It was boring. It was tailored, It was well tailored. I just wished it gave more fashion. It's a work suit to me. It looked like he's going to work. It didn't look very evening to me. I wish it could have experimented with color perhaps, or texture or something. Look, he looks great. I mean, it's Melusi Kigaba. I was more interested in presumably his dates, because that was giving more drama.
We're coming there. I'm leaving the best for last. Jess, what did you think of Melusi Kigaba's designer suit that was designed by Tshepo Mashego?
Yeah, no, look, he always looks very well put together. I like the color. I like the colors he chose. They're unique. You know, not often men will go for like a chocolate brown.
Yes.
So I appreciate that. And yeah, he always looks good, you know. And I think he's someone you can definitely look up to as a point of reference and what we're going for.
Out of 10?
8.5.
Silla?
9.5.
Emmanuel?
I'm bored. 5.
A 5.
I'm bored.
Let's talk.
He's in Parliament today. He's back.
Let's talk about the gorgeous date who was in that beautiful light blue. We saw her, and we were all like, please, Tammy, get her. Tammy, get her. And unfortunately, she was camera shy.
Yeah.
Jess, what did she think? Just from what we saw.
No, definitely the best so far. Definitely. I think that's exactly what I was trying to refer to when I first spoke about, you know, refining, getting it right. So there was a lot of 3D detail, but the reason why it looks refined is because it's all one color palette. So it's really been thought out, and she got it right. The fit is right, the detailing is right. It's not too much, it's not too little, it's just perfect. I wish we knew who made it.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, definitely. Fit, color, fabrication, and the 3D worked for her. The styling, the hair, and everything else. It just complemented. And the length also.
Yes.
I like that they didn't do like a long trail, because then it might have killed the whole
takes away
vibe
from
of the dress. So everything was top notch.
Emmanuel, you were very excited.
Yeah. I was very excited to see her. I think I agree with my two colleagues on the side. I think the simplicity of it was just complemented by the right amount of drama. It looks like it might be a Gert Johan Coetzee. It looks like, because he's known for that kind of silhouette. I hope it is him, because she looks absolutely amazing. I think it's her first time here, and we won't forget her.
Out of 10?
Oh, give her a 10.
Ooh, Jess, out of 10?
Yeah, I'd say 10.
Silla?
9.5.
A 9.5? You don't want to...
What
Okay.
you subtract the 5 from? The point.
The fact that she's
Now,
human.
let's take a look. Let's take a look at what Tammy has outside for us, and hopefully it will meet the standards of what we've seen so far. Tammy, over to you.
Welcome back to the red carpet of the opening of Parliament address. If you're following our conversation, we've been talking about like fashion and buying local, the importance of buying local to contribute to the country's economy. As we're solving this economic issue of young people everywhere in the world, you are wearing a beautiful garment that caught my eyes, Mam Swartz, and I just want you to introduce yourself and tell people about your outfit.
My name is Bernice Swartz, the Deputy Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. Today I'm wearing an outfit that has been done by Keletso of Maraba Designs, who is in downtown in Rissik in Johannesburg. It's locally made. I just decided that my theme must be the South African flag, because I believe that we're in a GNU government, but before we become GNU, we must all embrace ourselves that we are South Africans, and we must also accept as all political parties that South Africans have spoken, nobody has won a majority, we are in a GNU, and we must all as South Africans accept it that we are South Africans and we are going to lead together as different parties, and yeah, that's why I'm dressed. South African flag, locally made.
Why is it important for us to wear local?
It's very important because it's assisting and promoting our own local designers, and it is also making sure that they don't close their doors. They took a knock during COVID because nobody was leaving their houses and being in dresses, and I think it's important for us to support our local designers and keep them afloat and their doors open.
absolutely amazing. You look absolutely stunning. Please, can you just turn around for us? This is local, this is GNU as they talk about it. Everyone is represented, and this is how beautiful our country flag is and how diverse we are. We get to do all of this and look absolutely stunning. Please enjoy tonight and welcome. Talking about local, I just saw the Minister of Small Business, Trade and Small Business, one of our very own pioneers of young people, the voice of young people, and those who've just advocated for making sure that our economy goes to other levels. Welcome. You look absolutely stunning.
Thank you so much. I'm happy.
Cool. So I've been talking to you about, I will let you know that I tried to get this interview the last time for us to talk about the importance of us supporting local. Why is it important? You're in the business sector and you are always supporting these businesses of young emerging individuals who are also within the creative space, who are within clothing and textile. And why?
It's important that we support locals. Firstly, every economy revolves around culture. Now, part of culture is how we dress up. Whether you're going to be talking about your tradition, whether you're going to be talking about us as humans, but it is an economy in its own. Therefore, the reason that we continue to say it is important that we support this is for people to have confidence in the clothing and the productions that are made in South Africa. The big brands that people see started local. Nobody paid attention to them until somebody supported them, that they went viral, and then now you find them international. And if we do that, we believe that we can create jobs and we get our money circulating amongst our communities.
What more do we need to do to further the conversation? Like a couple of years ago, we wouldn't be able to stand here and talk about like wearing local. Here we are today, and you're looking stunning, and we spoke about this. What more can we do?
What we need to do more is to tighten the trade agreements that we sign to make sure that we protect local designers, to make sure that we protect our own economy without saying we are exclusionary, to say other people must not come and trade in our country. Because our people love the brands, but for South Africans, we really appeal to all of them to say support local so that these brands can become international too. And when you do that, you create lots of jobs, then people are able to pay taxes so that we can build infrastructure and everybody goes home very happy.
Now, who are you wearing tonight?
I'm wearing House of Ole by Ole.
Woo! Can we just have a look at this outfit? The detail of it, yes, yes. Just have a look at that. This is how we're trading tonight. This is how we're trading with the Minister of Trade and Industry, and I love you. You look absolutely stunning. I'm going to give a note to Ole, but before I do that, I'm going to cross back to studio. And our panelists are going to discuss your outfit. Oh. Please follow the conversation on OPA 2024. We will be nice. She says you guys must be nice. I think trading is a thing that we must be careful with. Let's cross back to studio. She looks absolutely stunning. That's a House of Ole. Stunning. And it's quite different. The last time she wore a traditional outfit, and this looks absolutely stunning. I like how we are evolving and how we can change the style. Guys, what have you been seeing? What are your views?
The minister said, be nice, please, local fashion police. But first I want us to talk about Honorable Bernice Swart. She dressed in a garment that was inspired by the South African flag. She spoke that the representation is this government of national unity that we have now. What are your thoughts, Sidlo?
I get the concept and the idea. If the camera didn't go down, I don't think any of us would have known that
it's the South African flag. Okay.
So I think what was happening here was a lot.
Okay.
I think they should have just kept it simple with the colors going down. But it's not a bad design or garment. It's just that the concept was there, but the execution was just off for me. Yeah.
Okay. Jace, your thoughts?
No, I agree. Something didn't add up 100%. I see that maybe it was not meant to have the polar neck underneath, but it's cold today. I'm not sure if that was working. I think, again, refining, go with the concept, but don't just do the first thing that comes to mind.
Yeah.
Think about it. Maybe if the dress was done in varying shades of shwe fabrics, Maybe it would have pulled together a bit better.
Yeah. I'm told, Emmanuel, I'm going to put you on hold because I know you had a lot to say about that. I'm told that Tammy has somebody there. Let's get back to Tammy on the red carpet.
Cool. So we're back here at the 7th administration, the opening of the Parliament address, and we're standing here to Mam Kize and the DSG of the African National Congress, Mam Nomvula. Happy belated birthday.
Thank you very much.
This wasn't coordinated?
Not at all. It's just that we're together in everything.
What are you wearing? You look absolutely stunning.
Oh, well, this has been created by two ladies coming from Kagiso, working in Alberton, and they decided to design, and they decided to keep the color pink, precisely because I've decided to identify with the color pink.
This color looks absolutely amazing. I want you to just do like a turn around and a spin around so that everyone can pan to your outfit. This is an outfit of recently celebrating her birthday.
61 years.
A Cancerian?
61 years.
Cancerian?
Yes, I am.
Let's talk about why it's important to support local.
We need to support local productions precisely because that's where you create jobs. That's where you show the skills that South Africa possesses. But most importantly also, that makes you proudly South African.
Absolutely amazing. Bamkis, you know, we don't talk a lot about like outfits that, but these are men are wearing suits and they look somewhat boring, but you look absolutely stunning.
Very much, but I'm not a person of fashion. Yeah, she's the expert, so I'm fine.
So he says she's the expert, but he's fine. So I take it that people who chose your outfit made the conscious decision of ensuring that your socks are bought locally, your shoes, your tie looks absolutely...
Everything is local, but I don't go to designer.
Well, I'm glad that he gets to have people like yourself, Mama, who can support him and actually guide him on like how to buy local. You look absolutely stunning. Please, can we just have a look at this? You look... I can. Look at that. Look at that.
Thank you.
And she's got a couple of feathers here. Enjoy tonight and welcome. Mwah. Thank you, Siabong. We say thank you, Siabong. She absolutely looks divine in that pink number. Guys, I want to move away from my pink number and too much pink and throw it back to studio where you can guys discuss this outfit. It looks absolutely stunning. I'm not being biased. The feathers look absolutely stunning. The detail there. And as she says that the design was made by two ladies who come from Kagiso, who've opened up in Alberton and are empowering a lot of women around that space and making sure that they keep them at work and keep families at home, fed and supported on a daily basis. Tepo, how's it going there?
The panelists are mean, Tammy. They are mean, especially when it comes to the representation of the GNU. When we were speaking, Emmanuel, you were just about to give me a brief.
On Benis.
On Benis.
See, he said GNU, right?
Yes, the Government of National Unity.
I don't think it united us very much here. I think it was quite polarizing for me. I love the SA flag, by the way, but I just think it didn't work for me. Look, she looks like she was having a good time, but yeah, it didn't work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Minister Stella Ndabeni-Abrahams and that beautiful red number.
Yeah.
Jess, what did you think?
Yeah, I liked it. It's definitely going with that kind of, there was that cross between feminine and masculine with that tux vibe. The color was amazing, along with her makeup and her hair. Very nice. And it's going for that more simple thing that I'm talking about, which I appreciate. I do think the skirt part could have fit her a little bit better.
Okay.
I do understand that, our African figures can be a little bit challenging. It's just a matter of fitting, yeah.
Silla, your thoughts?
It looks stunning, but however, I would have preferred the skirt to be pants.
Okay.
Because it's giving a bit office wear.
Okay.
Masculine, feminine office wear. But I like the trimmings, the turn of the satin trim and the solid fabric also.
Emmanuel, 2 seconds, your thoughts?
I think she looked good. I'm biased. It's my friend Oleli Dimo who made it. That's it.
We're stopping the corruption right there. Tammy's outside on the red carpet. Let's see what he has for us.
Welcome back to the opening of Parliament 2024. If you're following the conversation, please go to #OPA2024. I'm standing here next to one of my very own, and I think it's very encouraging when we see young people. This is not the first time that you are a member of Parliament, contributing to this conversation. Welcome, Fasiha. I don't know which surname to use now, because you just recently got
married, but haven't changed it yet, so still Fasiha Hassan.
Okay, it's Fasiha Hassan. Who are you wearing?
So I'm actually wearing a traditional Indian outfit. It's actually the materials from India, but a local designer, Lisha Chotu, who's from my home area, my home community, designed it for us. And for those who may have a keen eye, I actually wore this to one of my wedding events. So it's almost an ode of coming full circle and also being proud of who we are as South Africans and, of course, of our culture as well.
Cool. So you do a lot of work around young people. And you play within the spaces where you advocate for queer individuals, you advocate for fashion, otherwise people have said you have conversations that other people wouldn't naturally have. Why is it important for us to buy local, one, and why is it important for us to buy local to solve the issues of young people who are unemployed in other different sectors that we don't ordinarily look at?
You know, recently we've seen this wave of Shane and Temu, and the reality here is that we need to be supporting our local businesses. It may be less convenient, but it does mean that you are literally giving people jobs and opportunities. So often as young people, we feel like we're left behind. Here is an opportunity for us as South African society to actually reinvest. And by the way, South African produce is of a lot better quality than the stuff we're getting from China, and more importantly, it's who we are. So there's really no negative here, but I think there is an importance in really trying to support particularly youth-owned SMMEs, because that's another thing that we don't do. We always go for the big brands instead of looking for the quality ones from our communities.
What more can we do?
Look, we do need to organize as young people. It's one thing to buy from the right producers and merchandisers, yes, but we as young people really must organize. We must have voices in all these different industries. And perhaps lastly, Tammy, to say, and I'll be honest about it, we don't support each other as young people. You know, we see another young person doing well, coming up in the ranks, and we're the first person to turn them down. So we really need to also create a culture of saying, here's Tammy, he's a young person, here's Fasiha, she's a young person. Let's support each other across industries.
Absolutely amazing. I know that you're about to have another conversation, a longer conversation with our Parliamentary TV. I'm going to let you go, but you look absolutely stunning. That's Fasiha, and always pushing a conversation. Don't stop, eh? As you walk in there, say the right things for young people.
Thank you very much.
For the youth. Thank you. You look absolutely stunning. Welcome. Keeping it youthful. A lot of young people have gotten into the space of being ministers and deputy ministers. This is what we've seen in our 7th administration. And one of those is our dear one, Deputy Minister in the Office of the Presidency, Nonqeba Mhlawuli, who's just absolutely stunning. We've seen her and the work that she's done in engaging young people all over the world. I know some of the work that she's done, but I think tonight we're here to talk about just what you're wearing local, why it is important. Young, congratulations. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. My first opening of Parliament on the other side. I'm usually on the other side. Now I'm on the other side.
Which side were you at before?
I was there with the other staffers.
Now, who are you wearing and what inspired this outfit?
I am wearing a dress by Keys. Ryan Keys, he's a young South African designer, and for me it was really just firstly it's a green that represents my party. I won't say which one, but also I think it's just important, to firstly, invest in young talent, more especially young people. As a young person myself, it's important that as young people we support each other, show each other, but most importantly, but also to ensure that we get other young people to also invest in
buying local, because that's how we're going to grow the economy. You know, because when when one young person has a company and they then employ other young people, then we're also then dealing with the issue of youth unemployment.
I appreciate you solving the issue of youth unemployment. Can we take a look at your outfit? Turn around. Don't be shy. Usually you're on the other side, but now you're here.
Look, I've got a tail.
She's got a tail. You know, I'm loving the feathers here. Have a look at these. Have a look at that. Look at that. You see? Now she's got a tail. She was previously on the other side, and now she's here. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you so much.
What are we going to see? What are you hoping to do within this administration? Some change.
Obviously, being located in the presidency, most importantly would be, the presidency is the strategic center of government. We sort of like have, world-eyed view in terms of, how government should operate. In terms of my responsibilities myself, Operation Vulindlela, I'm told, is going to be one of them, which literally looks at how you ensure that you work within key sectors of the economy across government, across different departments, to ensure that there's economic recovery, amongst other things.
And you can't do anything without the creatives and the arts and everywhere else?
Of course.
Look at you. Oh, no, look at my pink. She's talking about my pink. This green is looking absolutely fine. Guys in studio, let me tell you, there are people in studio now who are looking at this garment, and they're going to have a couple of things to say about your outfit, and they're going to judge it. But I'm not going to do that here. I'm just going to say you look absolutely stunning. Everything is out, all made up. Enjoy tonight, and I'm going to throw it right back to studio. Tepo. Guys, Emmanuel, Jess, Scalo.
Under the bus.
Hashtag buy local, of course. Let's start talking. I think also there are just so many people that are coming in with these beautiful garments, and we get behind. There's this lag that's going on, right? Let's talk about Ms. Nomvula Makonyan. She was in that beautiful bright pink. Why do you think, Jess? Just briefly.
Well, I'll definitely give her points for not being scared. She went all out. Everything was there. Detail. I liked the length she chose for her age. I think.
Yeah.
Is
61, she said.
Yeah. Is the thing I can really I can comment on.
And out of 10?
Again, I tend to look at more sophisticated kind of a style. So for me, it was a bit loud. So I'll go with 7.
All right. And Silla, your thoughts?
Okay. I like the cape. I didn't like the feathers.
No, while you're talking about the feathers, they're telling me that Tammy is out there. Let's look at what Tammy has. We're going to talk more about feathers.
She looks absolutely stunning. Yes. One more time. I have people in studio who are looking at your outfit. Yes. Who are looking at your outfit and who I think, oh my God, absolutely stunning. You look beautiful. Welcome to tonight and enjoy. And I know that there are lots of, as you give and as you solve the problem of our homes, ensure that those women who work from home are able to produce such, but also move them.
Today for our Mandela Day, we went to visit those houses that are affected by the disasters in Cape Town, and we did our part. We gave them blankets, we gave them sanitary towels. We were in Ward 88 in the morning, and then later on we joined the Deputy President in Ward 80 in Philippi. The situation is dire for our people, but we are indeed trying to solve that, and our team from Human Settlements has been on the ground since the disaster has engulfed our country. So we are indeed intervening as you are saying.
I love that and I appreciate that. You look absolutely stunning. Guys, can we discuss this outfit? Enjoy tonight. Oh, she looks absolutely stunning. Well, I'm not biased to black, as a color of preference. I'm in pink, thank you, but she looks absolutely stunning. That's the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, Mamthandi Mahambehlala, who's talking about how they were solving problems today being Mandela Day and how they were visiting areas around Cape Town that have been affected by the recent weather conditions. So I hope that as they try and solve that situation, they're able to ensure that people are comfortable enough to go back to work and do what they do, continue to dress us and empower them. Thank you. Let's go back to Tsepo. Follow the conversation. Upper 2024. You guys, you've got a lot to discuss. I'm seeing a lot of people come in, but I'm throwing it back to you guys. I'll be back.
Right, so
the local police, we were talking about feathers before Tommy took us to the red carpet. So look, briefly, what about those feathers?
Editing.
Okay.
I feel like maybe they should have just kept them here.
Okay.
And then let the fabric, the cape drape, and because the lace also is a bit a lot.
Out of
like
10?
7.
Okay. Manuel?
I'm wearing feathers, so I can't be biased.
Oh.
I'm biased, but I can't. Look, I appreciate that she wore pink and she stuck to it. I think I could even see it in the styling. It was on her eyes.
Yes.
For me, she just looks like she just turned 61. She's having fun with fashion, and I appreciate that. Love it for her.
And then let's look at Minister Nongceba Mhlawuli. She was in that green garment.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts, Silla?
The feathers worked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, the editing part that I'm talking about.
Yes.
It could have easily went, because also the fabric is a bit shiny, and then if the feathers were everywhere,
It
then,
would have been a...
yeah.
Yes.
But it was a cute dress.
Okay. Jess, do you agree?
Yeah, I like the train. I think it worked. I maybe would have liked to see the train without the cape.
Okay.
The capey. There was a cape detail.
It was an effect, yeah.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see the dress without that. But again, Ryan's thing is red carpet.
Yes.
He does it well.
And your thoughts, Emmanuel?
Yeah, I think it was also, it did wonderful things to her body. It was a lovely silhouette on her.
Yes.
I did say textures, and everyone's giving us texture. So I'm excited every time I say a texture.
Out of 10?
8 for her.
Out of 10?
7.
Out of 10?
8 as well.
Now let's talk about the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, Ms. Thandi Mahambehlala. She was in all black. Yeah. And the last time we were here and I had the local fashion police, they said, black is timeless.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. What are your thoughts, Jess?
Well, she did, didn't she? She looked classy, elegant, timeless, ready for evening. Yeah, I can't dispute anything.
You can't fault it.
Yeah, I can't fault anything on that dress.
Silla, your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. It was timeless. It was, the silhouette was perfect. You spoke about the capes on the sleeve. They worked perfectly.
They worked there.
Yeah, the whole silhouette and the fabrication was perfect.
Manuel?
I liked it.
Yeah. First of all, she's very tall.
She is.
So that silhouette just fell beautifully on her. I think they got her proportions right. I like that she was wearing a pop of red. We're seeing a lot of red also. On Stella also there was red.
Yeah.
So red color of the evening, perhaps Feather's favorite detail of the evening, right?
Yes.
Feathers are the details.
So far, so good. Let's see what Tammy has on the red carpet for us.
Cool. So welcome back to the opening of Parliament Address 2024. I'm standing here with a newly sworn-in member of Parliament who needs no introduction unless they do want to introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Dudu.
You look, I was going to say, we're talking fashion today, and just off the camera, I was like, we're going to talk a little bit about fashion. I am looking out for everybody else who's wearing local and asking them why it's important for people wearing local. You're a new party that's come in, and you're going to take conversation forwards around like solving the issues of young people and unemployment. I want to know, what are your views around buying local and wearing local?
Yeah, I think it's very important. I mean, if we have all that much money to spend on going overseas or buying like designer clothes from overseas, we can use that for local brands. And they're not bad at all, they're actually very good.
And how important is that in solving the issues of young people and unemployment?
How are we going to solve that?
How important is that decision to buy locally? How important is it in solving the issues of unemployment in the country?
Well, I think creating and manufacturing locally is going to assist a lot of young designers, because then you can really buy from the local industry as opposed to going overseas. We've got a lot of talent here, we really do.
Are you wearing local today?
No, I'm dressed for a funeral today.
She says, well, I mean, I think that funerals, let me tell you, people who go to funerals actually curate their outfits.
No, I really tried not to dress up today, so I'm wearing a KWA jacket, Levi's jeans, and a Woolies polo neck.
I hope that when you sit in there and you start debating, we're able to solve the problems of the country and young people. But you look gorgeous anyway.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and enjoy tonight. Welcome.
Thank you.
Cool. I love you more. there you have it. She said she's dressed for a funeral today, and I hope that it doesn't become a funeral forever. And I'm not being spicy, but I do want us to talk about like just ensuring that we solve that X that's around our economy. Bearing in mind that, you know, there is a market for people who actually design clothes for people who go to funerals or people who are within mourning periods. Yes, I know that my people in the studio will talk a little bit about that. I think the color is usually black. Did I say black? What did you guys see?
I think I'm dressed more for a funeral than some of the members that are on the red carpet. And of course, maybe the important thing that we can focus on in that conversation is buying local, supporting the textile industry, and ensuring that there is proper employment. Let's talk more about the jobs that are created in the fashion industry. How important is it, and how many jobs are we looking at? Silo?
Of course it's important.
Yes.
But you're looking at, you know, you can create a job for fabric sourcing, trimmings. You have people who hem, that's a job, and press and bead. And, you know, those are certain jobs that people don't look at in the fashion industry that can be created, which are considered small. But in general, there are a lot of, you know, jobs that can be created in the fashion industry, other than just being a designer or sewing or, I think we have more to explore when it comes to the fashion
and Emmanuel, as a creator, as an editor, I call you the monitoring and evaluation of fashion. Do you agree with Silla?
I absolutely 100% agree with Silla, but I actually have to comment on what Dude was wearing. I have to. I feel like what a loss to buy local, especially when we were having this conversation. I think, yes, there is obviously her politics, but in terms of this conversation about buying local, and especially when I'm sitting here right to my colleagues who work hard at this, and just to see her actually citing those international brands, actually, I felt the chest pains. I'm sorry, guys. I think.
No, I know. That's why I didn't even want to touch that because
we have chest pains here. Tammy, we have chest pains in the studio. Please give us something else on the red carpet. Thank you.
This red carpet here, because I keep seeing beautiful outfits. We're standing here at the opening of the Parliament address of the 7th administration with the chairperson of the NYDA. And we're talking about fashion and wearing local. Before we discuss, please can I ask you to show us your outfit? Okay. It seems green is the color of today. What are you wearing? Who are you wearing, and why?
So I'm wearing a garment from one of the young designers up and coming, Atenkosi. He's based in Johannesburg CBD, and really ours was just to showcase and profile, you know, the young creative sector. One of the legacy projects that we would embark on as a board is to have more opportunities and expose young people in the creative industries to opportunities that exist. So part and parcel of that requires us to supporting not just local, but young artists up and coming who are really doing an amazing job in the space of fashion.
Are we doing enough?
Definitely not, because if you just look at how much the creative industry and how much government contributes to that sector, if you just look at our BRICS member countries, you'll find that South Africa contributes far less compared to our BRICS counterpart. So, you know, that's just a good case model to say that more definitely needs to be done, and we are looking to the newly appointed Minister of Arts and Culture. We do have intentions of engaging him so that we're able then to profile the sector so that young people can ultimately benefit from this particular industry.
So what would you say to people and to South Africans about like buying local? Why is it important?
Well, it's important because, you know, what we want to do is you become an ambassador for, you know, that particular creative, be it an artist or a fashion designer, you know. So it's important then for us to really inculcate the ideals of patriotism by supporting local, by supporting youth, LGBTQI.
rural youth, where there's a wide spectrum of those that we can classify as, those that were not afforded opportunities. And so it's important then for us to really support, to showcase, and afford them the opportunities where historically they would have been precluded from participating in.
She said the right word. She said supporting LGBTQ. I was like, that was the chairperson of the NYDA, Mr. Sandalwato, looking absolutely stunning. I did say that green is like the color for tonight. Have a look at that. Look at that. There's that green and gold. Okay, I have a lot of people there at the back who are going to discuss your outfit. And I know that a lot of young people are going to watch this and say, how do you help us? Okay, we're going to send them to you. Please follow the conversation, OPA 2024, and follow NYDA to find out how they can help you as a young business and as a young person who's venturing into the fashion industry or who's contributing towards making sure that people are ultimately able to wear local. It doesn't matter which industry you're in, okay? I keep seeing these individuals who look absolutely stunning. They're absolutely stunning. Look at everybody who's here, and they look absolutely stunning. Just have a look at just what's happening out there. They come in multiple numbers, and now we don't know who to catch. I know a lot of that looks like it's a lot of suits, I know, but a lot of times people are more interested in like the detail of the fashion that's out there, and often they don't want to talk about like suits that are there because, maybe it's a gender thing. Maybe it's a different discussion to talk about. Maybe it is something that we can table, men and fashion. Do they understand what they're wearing, who they're wearing, how they're contributing to it, We don't talk enough about that, I know you guys in studio will be able to tell us what you think and what your views are.
Of course, there's a lot of fashion going on there, a lot of suits as well. And I know my panel was not happy, and then most of them have been saying that the suits are not suited for the occasion. Of course, we had the chairperson of the NYDA. Looks like emerald green is the color. Yeah. They say it's the color for the ANC. Those that have favor, of course. And Jess, I just want to hear your thoughts on the design, how it sits on her, the makeup, the whole look.
Yeah, she looked pretty. She's young, so she can definitely carry off something a little bit more risque.
She can flaunt.
Yeah. Yes. She did say that the designer was up and coming. Maybe she, I don't know. Yeah. Is young, and fashion really is about the constant honing of your skill.
And
you don't just wake up and Yeah, it's very tricky. It's very technical. So I definitely think that designer has.
That designer has a future. Tammy is out there on the red carpet. Let's see what you have for us, Tammy.
So for a hot minute, all we did was see lots of suits because there was just like an influx of other humans who wore suits. And I was like, okay, what are we going to talk about? They didn't want to talk about their suits, but I saw this beautiful outfit and I thought, let's talk about it. Please introduce yourself and let's talk about your outfit.
Hi. My name is Karabo Khachal. I'm a DA Member of Parliament in the National Assembly, also the DA's national spokesperson. I am from Valcom. That's why Gilen Mosoto, wearing Kobo Siana Marena Sabasoto, as is proudly associated to Basotho in all seasons altogether. But I'm super glad that it's winter and I can be warm. So this represents for me where I come from, and which is not only just South Africa, but a small town in the Free State where little to nobody knows where that place is, right? And so this is very important because how we enrich the fashion industry, how we enrich making sure that South Africa stays up as far as shining on trends, on fashion, is by tapping into those markets. That meadulang kwane kanang le office nyanyana marakeng kapa renkeng, meola adulang ka location mo tsebang hore ha ona le o hloka lokisa budugo, whoever is there for you. Those are the people that are important, and for me, I couldn't be prouder to not only be South African but to be wearing this richly representing who I am and where I come from.
Recently we saw a big conversation on the socials where I think one of the big international brands had what they said appropriated our culture and our design. Why do you think we need to have bigger conversations around owning our cultural attires and communicating them and packaging our stories so that they translate into fashionable items that people can actually invest in and support?
It's important because not only is it important for us to own our own brands, right, and make sure that nobody else gets to set the narrative for ourselves, but two, it's very important for us to be able to, as a nation, set the own tone of what our identity is, what our cultures represent, how we interact within society also looks like, and we do that through fashion, and it's very important. And for years, I mean, I'm 27. Mostly people my age are like, why are you supposed to be rocking traditional attire?
Why are you in a blanket?
Yeah, like it's so old-fashioned, it's so not cool and all of those other things.
Yeah.
But actually, that's the generation that bears the responsibility of ensuring that we keep our culture, we keep our heritage and our roots intact. And the best way to do so is beyond just being able to speak your mother tongue, is looking at the part. That way, nobody else gets to fantasize what being South African is, but we get to fantasize it on our own terms.
I like that 27 you're also talking about this thing, and they made like the fusion of like this blanket and the black out there look absolutely stunning. And we can really invest in our own traditions and our own cultures and have conversation pieces. You look absolutely stunning. Welcome to tonight and enjoy.
Thank you so much. Have fun.
Cool. There we have it. We're talking about how you can fuse culture, our traditions as statement pieces that become topical, that become a conversation. What interested me in that outfit is that just recently we're talking about that big brand. I'm not going to mention who. I'll leave it to the people in the studio to talk about that big brand that they complained about and said that that's actually like a Sutu blanket. So I'm going to throw it back to studio so we can just quickly look at those last few items. But anyone else can follow the conversation out everywhere else by following hashtag OPA 2024, okay? You guys ready?
And that was Karabo Khakha, ngwana wa Mosotho tswang Welkom o apere kobo ya Sesotho Siana Marela. And this also involves culture, it involves tradition, and it enhances that and puts more awareness with regards to that. Jess, I'm going to come to you, because when we started speaking, you said that you wanted to see more tradition, you wanted to see more color, and you wanted to see more culture in the fashion that the members and the guests will be wearing. Are you satisfied?
Yes, I'll definitely say that, kudos to her. I'm really glad that she decided to wear the Sutu blanket. I think of all our South African blankets, the Sutu one is the,
I'm biased because I'm Sutu, so.
It is the most rich. It has an amazing backstory. And on that note, I think oftentimes we wear our traditional outfits not really knowing the history of them. We just know we wear them and how we must wear them, but not why we wear them, where they came from. So I really appreciate her, such a young person, kind of embracing her culture. I like that she wore the blanket on plain black because then the blanket popped. Yeah.
Silla, your thoughts? It's a no.
I get the blanket idea.
Okay.
I feel like she could have.
I was just about to say that somebody here is sitting with a blanket and you have issues with blankets. We might just have to call the police on our fashion police.
No, I'm just saying she it's like she just put on a blanket. Okay. You are wearing, something underneath that if you remove the blanket, you still look presentable, you still look stunning. I just feel like it was just too safe.
Okay.
It was just like she went out, she took the blanket, she wrote me up.
Emmanuel, do you agree?
I definitely do not agree with Selo. I think fashion is about storytelling.
Yes.
Fashion is about activism sometimes. It doesn't always have to be glamour. She sold me a beautiful, beautiful story about a young woman who is embracing her heritage.
Yes.
And for that, I applaud her. I think whether it's about culture, whether it's about the environment, whether it's about secular fashion, sustainability, sometimes we need to take it there in terms of fashion. And for me, she did that, and I'm proud of her for doing that.
An out of 10?
Definitely a 10. I mean, I appreciate the story behind it. I appreciate that she's a young person. And for that, I'm going to give her a solid 10.
Jess?
I'll give her a 7. Maybe there could have been a bit more originality and thought behind it, not just put the blanket on, but I really appreciate that she put the blanket on.
All right. Silla?
4.
You were not impressed at all. Of course, we're still outside the Cape Town City Hall where there's drums and music going on in preparation of the opening of Parliament address now at 7 o'clock. Actually, the time is 17:48, so we have about an hour or so until the President arrives. Of course, right now we're still enjoying the ministers and the members and esteemed guests arriving. My local fashion police are judging and giving punches here and there, but also ensuring that we know the importance of buying local, supporting local, and ensuring that every time you see somebody, you ask them, what is in your wardrobe, so that they can remember that local is most lekker. Now, to continue the conversation then, I want us to look at whether there is enough support in terms of government and obviously now the fashion industry. So is there collaboration, or is that line of communication there and healthy when it comes to support from the ministry to the fashion designers and the fashion industry as a whole? Sello?
I think there is. They've tried. Well, I know I've benefited from it, so it's there.
Yes.
It's just about it being put out there more.
More awareness.
More awareness,
Okay.
because I don't think a lot of designers are aware that there is funding, there is assistance with a lot of things like machinery, showcasing overseas.
Yeah.
Anything that you want to start up, and there is assistance with that.
The bells are ringing, and that says members should start going inside. Tammy, let's see who are the last few guests that we can get on the red carpet and see what awesome outfits they have on.
So I'm going to be like quick and short, but I couldn't let this go because the last time I saw this beautiful lady, she was either ushering people into diplomats, talking about things that were about corporate governance. You've just like moved into a different department to justice, and I was like, I don't know about this outfit. What about this outfit says I can arrest you?
Well, learned people are very classy, dignified, magistrate judges, always in black suit and tie, respecting their trade. I tried to resemble that today. And thank you to Lebo King, Polokwane. Keep it shining. He's a young boy, very dynamic, bespoke clothing that he does. And I hope everybody supports him.
Why is it important for us to support local?
Local is like local is different. Local does make it feel South African. It has a design that covers who we are. A bit of a back, some hips, not straight, not plank, understood by a man who comes locally and will give you something that locally fits the style. Isn't that beautiful? Can't find it anywhere.
I mean, local is local. You've got to give it to our ministers. I mean, you look absolutely stunning. Please, I want us to have a look at this outfit again. Please just turn just one more time. I know they want you guys to come in. There. Body-hugging, beautiful purple outfit, a color of bravery, and it's looking absolutely stunning. Oh, my God. Like, I can be arrested like that. I think that the police, fashion police, waiting for us in the studio to talk about that outfit. I don't know if this is my last link because I hear quickly, but it's definitely a link for me to send back to studio. Guys, enjoy, follow the conversations. OPA 2024, and welcome.
Of course, the red carpet has closed. Like I said, the bells are ringing, and that signifies that members should start going into the chamber. Of course, we're talking about members, esteemed guests, and we're talking about former speakers of the National Assembly, former deputy speakers, and all the other office bearers that had the opportunity to preside over these auspicious occasions and this auspicious house, of course, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. Of course, I am still here with my local fashion police. I still have Silo, I have Jess, I have Emmanuel, and I want to thank you so much for being authentic, for being real, throwing punches, being nice when necessary, but also for bringing awareness to ensuring that we wear local and we support local. Any last messages from you, Silo, just briefly?
Let's start buying local.
Yes.
And respecting the craft. Yeah, that's all.
Buy local, respect the craft. Jess?
Yeah, I just want to say that if the international brands are anything to go by, and if you're using them as an example, I mean, those are huge conglomerates. It would be nice for our fashion industries to move out of small to medium enterprise. And if the conglomerates are anything to go by, it's something that works. So let's get to conglomerate stage.
Manuel?
Yeah. Mine, I am a member of the media. I am an editor. My job is really just to reflect South Africa and South Africans, and just to say, you guys are amazing. Keep at it. Whatever you're doing, buy local. And to these two wonderful designers over here, and this one who I'm wearing.
Yes.
I love you guys, and just keep at it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Of course, we're still here at Parliament TV, still joining us. We are outside the City Hall in Cape Town. We're still awaiting the President to arrive. Dignitaries have arrived. You saw the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly accepting some of the dignitaries that have arrived there, and that is Dr. Annelie Lotrit, who we spoke to earlier. I hope you have been tuned in, and you can join us on social media, and please send us any questions on the live stream on Facebook. Of course, you can also visit parliament.gov.za for more information. Of course, you can also go onto YouTube and watch this if you're not at home watching on DSTV channel 408. This is Parliament TV. Stay tuned.
There's a voice that is calling, loudly calling, day by day, the voice of the future.
When I started my business, all I wanted was to create jobs and a legacy for the next generation, because I see opportunity when others see impossibility.
It all started with a thought and then a seed in the garden, which grew into my very own farm that feeds the whole nation daily.
Cotton silk and a little bit of treasure, I create masterpieces that give South Africans an identity, comfort and confidence, because when you look good, you feel good.
From the factory workers to the warehouse and then over the seas, I want to show the world what proudly South African looks like. It all started with just some ink on paper and inspiration to bring people together. With my furniture, I now help create spaces that are beautiful, comfortable, and authentic to human light and connection.
I've always been driven by curiosity. It fueled my dreams to create automobiles that accelerate our nation into greater possibilities and the beauty of the unknown.
I was born into a rainbow nation. My life has been full of colors and mixed flavors. And when I started my bakery, I wanted to share that joy with the world and with South Africans in particular.
All I ever dreamt of was to be a bird and fly high. And now I have the wings to help others fulfill their dreams of flying high too.
But it can only be a dream until you make it a reality. All they need is your faith, your trust, your loyalty, your appreciation.
And most importantly,
your support.
because supporting local businesses
helps create jobs
and secures our future.
South Africa, their future is in your hands. So what are you going to do about it? Be proudly South African. Buy local to create jobs.
back. You're still watching the live broadcast of the 2024 Opening of Parliament Address. We are coming to you live on DSTV channel 408. And the red carpet has just closed. As you can see there, we are at the Cape Town City Hall, and we're expecting the President to talk, to address the nation in the next few minutes. And as you can see there on the road, some of the dignitaries arriving to grace this event that will be taking place at 7 o'clock this evening. So those are some of the dignitaries arriving and will be making their way into the chamber. We're still expecting a number of dignitaries to make their way in. So that is what is currently happening in Cape Town. As you can see on your screen, the weather has given us a break. The rain is gone. Cape Town is warm. As you can see right there, a little bit of sunshine. That is the Cape Town City Wall. And you'll see there the balcony where the former President Nelson Mandela stood when he addressed the nation in February 1990 upon his release from prison. And this is where today the address will be taking place. And safe to say that the person that held the microphone when President Nelson Mandela was addressing the nation back in 1990 will be addressing the nation today. As you can see there, that is the National Assembly chamber where members are settling in. They can see the chairs are almost full, so which means the members are ready, shaking hands there. Your Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Mr. Katie Mackenzie, on your screen. A number of MPs, as you can see there. If I can just explain to a viewer at home, those that are seated, as you can see, those are all members of Parliament that will be listening to the President today. We do have guests as well, but they will be seated in the gallery that is reserved for the guests. So that is the Deputy Speaker, Ms. Annelien Lottrit, right there on your screen, newly elected Deputy Speaker, and as you can see, the Minister there, Minister Mantashe. So Mr. John Stazen also. But I'm not alone here in studio. I'm joined by a member of the South African National Defence Force, Colonel Asakhai. Colonel Asakhai, good afternoon and welcome to Parliament TV.
Good afternoon and thank you for having me.
Yes, if you can just, for the benefit of the viewer at home, if you can just give them your full introduction of yourself.
Okay, I am Lieutenant Colonel Cyril Asakhai. I'm from Pretoria, and I'm from the SA Army headquarters where I'm currently working. And my role here today is I'm representing the Army as a liaison officer.
And how long have you been involved with these kind of events that are taking place at Parliament?
It's the first time that I'm involved in this occasion, and I'm very delighted to be here.
Wonderful. So share with us how many of the ASNDF units are participating in today's opening of Parliament Address.
Okay, today we have all 4 services present, which is your South African Army, South African Navy, the Air Force, and then the Navy, and the South African Military Health Services. Now, all these arms of services have pledged components. And these components we call in our military terms companies. Now the SA Army has pledged 2 companies, which is composed of 120 per company, which is 240, and then each of the other services has pledged 150 each.
If you can just take us through their different roles. You have the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and the SA Military Services. What are their different roles that they are playing in this event tonight?
Tonight, all of them are participating or conducting the same role, which is to render ceremonial support to this occasion. And the SA Army, also just to add on, the SA Army, because of it's the biggest arms of service, has pledged more members. So you'll see when they line up during the street lining, the line-up will also be according to seniority. It will first be the SA Army that lines up, then followed by the South African Air Force, then followed by South African Navy. South African Military Health Services will be the last ones to line up. That is now part of the street lining.
And what are some of the activities that you expect? Previously, you would have seen, like, for instance, right now we have a band, which I believe is from the Army, that has been playing for almost the better part of the afternoon. So what can you expect to see when all those activities by the SAN Defence Force start? So for the viewer at home to prepare themselves, what can they expect to see first?
During the lineup, these components will be led into their positions by different bands, which will be band from the ASB Limpopo is one of them. We have band from ASB KZN. We have the military band from the Western Cape. We have the military band from ASB Bloemfontein. So they will basically bring in the members into position to line up.
And for those who've just joined us, we're speaking to Colonel Assegai of the South African National Defence Force, explaining the role of the Army into today's event. Colonel, I see you looking all beautiful with different colors, badges and all that. Just for the benefit of those sitting at home and watching that have interest in joining the SAN Defence, can you take us through the badges that I see on your jacket?
Yes. The badges that you see here, these are my ceremonial medals. Now, these medals, they symbolize different, how can I put? Okay, let me just put it bluntly. As we progress, when you join the military, you get a service medal when you complete 2 years in the military. And this is the first one. Then the second one you get when you deploy externally. Then the third one we received when the forces were integrating in 1994. It's called the Unitas Medal. And then the fourth one is my 10-year medal. When you complete 10 years in the military, you receive a medal. And as you can see, the clasp on top, because of space, they decided to put a clasp. That represents now my 20-year service. Now, when I complete 30 years, which I have already completed, I will receive another clasp on top of this one. And then this one is the old 20-year medal from the old South African Defence Force, not the National Defence Force. And then the last one is if you have completed a mission with the United Nations, you receive a medal. And then this side, this is...
Without interjecting you, the Colonel, as can see members, viewers at home, the procession of the judiciary led by Chief Justice Raymond Zondo. Those are just some of the dignitaries that will be gracing tonight's event. We know that during this kind of sitting is when the three arms of the state come together, which is the Parliament, which is the legislature, the judiciary, as well as the executive Judge Raymond Zondo, followed by Judge Mandisa Maya, the Deputy Chief Justice there, also followed by Judge Presidents of various provinces that are robed in red. As you can see them walking in to the Cape Town City Hall. We are about 48 minutes away from the President delivering the State of the Nation address. It is getting a little bit darker in Cape Town, but the events that have brought us here today will continue and will happen as they are planned. Some of the members walking in the red carpet, walking into the city hall. I think those are some of the members that have just arrived now. And as you can see, can you take us through what is happening right there on the screen, Colonel?
What you see right now.
All right, I said those visuals went away, but as I was explaining earlier, you can see the premiers of various provinces. They're led by Premier Oscar Mabuyane. There's Premier Zamani Soul from the Northern Cape, and right at the back is Premier Alan Winder from the Western Cape Legislature. As I've said, there are a number of dignitaries walking in. This could only be an indication that we are close to the beginning of the event. Colonel, if you can just take us through that band, introduce the band and take us through those proceedings.
There you see this is the ceremonial, national ceremonial band, which is from the ceremonial guard, and they are the band that's going to line up for the President's General Salute, National Salute. So.
I believe that as they are walking there, they are preparing for the line-up, because you've mentioned 240. So for now, I've just seen like a small number on the screen. Are we still expecting to see those 240 members marching into Parliament, coming to give their salute as the President is getting ready to deliver?
Yes, the members that you've seen there are called the step guards. Those are the guards that usually, if we go to the old Parliament, remember there were steps. They were the guards that will line up there on the steps, and they are from different arms of services. That's your Air Force, Navy, the SA Army, and the Military Health Services. Those are where the step guards. What you see there is our National Ceremonial Guard band that is leading the guard.
So they are leading the procession.
Yeah, look, they are the different bands that are present were leading the street lining. Those are the bands from the different provinces, as I've mentioned. Now, the ceremonial band is leading the ceremonial guard to the precincts here in front of...
Can you explain the difference in their dressing code? You see the ones in front are dressed in red, which is the ceremonial guard, and the ones at the back are actually dressed on a different color. What is the difference?
What you see there is the band will be dressed in that attire, the orange. And then the guard itself is the ones that are dressed in that green with black pants.
And this band, how is it then different from the one that has been playing the whole day? There's one that, as you can see, that is dressed in blue. Yes. The one right behind us, the ones that have been playing the rest, like the better part of the afternoon. How are they then different from this band here?
The difference is the band that was entertaining the members here in front of Parliament is your...
the choir?
No, it's not a choir. It's the... what they call it. It's actually the music band, the guys that are playing, because they have vocals. You see, that's a vocal band, and these ones are strictly for ceremonial purposes.
So, just take us through. You can see that they are marching. Someone is giving instructions, and what is currently happening there?
What's happening now, the ceremonial guard is lining up, and there you have a warrant officer who is in charge, who's giving commands, who's lining them up. It's a warrant officer from the ceremonial guard. Now they are lining up. There you have the warrant officer who's doing that now, holding the pay stick. What you see there, she's holding a pay stick. She's lining up the guards so that she's actually preparing them for the national salute that they're going to give to the president.
Oh, so those are the ones that will be giving the national salute to the president. So they are being lined up currently, getting prepared and getting ready. I know the army is very strict when it comes to certain protocols. So you can see that they are way on time, as we are now almost 40 minutes before the president addressed the nation. And for those who are just joined in, you are watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV. We are coming to you live on DSTV channel 408. Indeed, it is the 2024 opening of Parliament address, which we expect the president to deliver at 7. As you can see, that the members of the ceremonial guard, they've now lined up, and those are the people that will be giving salute to the president. Now, Colonel, how long does it take to put this together?
You know, this is a culmination of thorough planning of months. And I must also acknowledge Major General Mkhize is the lead in this whole planning. Now, what happened is we received an order from the South African National Defence Force Commander to the arms of services to prepare for the ceremony. So Major General Mkhize, with other generals and flag officers, are then the ones who run with this whole planning process. And it involves a lot of logistics. It involves a lot of planning, you know. Yeah, it's just massive. It's just massive.
So from which province? Are they all from various provinces, or are they from a particular province? Or how do you select who's going to form part of this event?
The selection of who's going to take part is determined by this, I will call it a coordinating group with Major General Mkhize. So what they do is they would then pledge from each and every province, pledge elements to form part of this occasion.
All right, thank you so much for that explanation. There it is on the screen. We have the ceremonial guard. They've taken up their position. They are all ready to salute, to give salute to the president, but we still don't see much of them. Where are the rest of the soldiers that we normally see? That, you know, there's usually a big group that marches up and down the streets of Cape Town. When can we expect to see that?
What you see there is only the ceremonial guard that is lined up. But the rest of the street lining is, they've already lined up in Buitenkant Street. All the services have lined up there, and ceremonial guard was the last to form up and then to go through this lined up components towards Parliament.
This is a beautiful picture to see. This is a beautiful display by the army, and I'm sure there are quite a number of young children, young adults sitting at home that would one day like to be part of this. What do they need to do? I know it starts with applications or so in the army, but what message would you say to those who are watching here and seeing this beautiful display? We have been thinking that army, we're talking about war. If you're going to join the army, you are expected to be going to war. Some of our people would then just assume that the soldiers, the army is just about going to war. What can you say to those young ones that are watching and are developing interest of becoming one day part of this process?
You know, personally, I felt that, you know, a lot of people don't know much about the military. They just see us in the streets, in towns, wherever. But, you know, the military is an organization that welcomes each and everyone. And the way they should, those who are interested, if they want to apply, what's happening usually, the human resource department of us usually sets out these advertisements of application forms. You do get them in newspapers also. But then we also have recruitment officers in each and every province where they can go and inquire about these forms. And usually these forms have been dished out in the month of between October, September.
Oh, wonderful. So there it is. If you would like to join the army, it's not only about going into war. There's various units within the South African National Defence that one can join. And as you can see right there on your screen, those are the members of the South African National Defence Force, playing a very important role in today's event. And for those who have just joined us at home, I'm sitting here in studio bringing you a live broadcast of the 2024 Opening of Parliament Address. I'm joined by Colonel Asekhai, who was just sharing some of, sharing information that relates to the SANDF with some of our members. Right there on your screen, you can see Nelson, the statue of Nelson Mandela. That is exactly where he stood in 1990 when he addressed the nation following his release from prison. And as he is standing there, when he was standing there, right next to him was the current president, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, who stood there holding the mic that Mandela was speaking from, that President Mandela was speaking from in addressing the country. And today, President Cyril Ramaphosa will be delivering the opening of Parliament address from the City Hall. Unfortunately, not from a balcony, but it will be inside the chamber. That is where we showed you earlier, where members of Parliament were getting ready for tonight's event. So for those of you who have just joined us, we are at Parliament of RSA on all social media platforms, at Parliament of RSA. Colonel, right there is still the choir that is now entertaining. Back again, you can see everyone is standing still. What is happening? Are they waiting now for the president to come, or what is happening? Why is suddenly everything is standing still there?
As you can see now, the way they are waiting in position, they're waiting now for the principals to arrive, which is our deputy president and our president.
Right, and obviously the president being the chief in commander of the army. So basically they're waiting for their boss.
Yes, we can put it that way.
And what are some of the activities that we can expect to see as the day progresses, but before the minister, before the president addresses the nation? What are some of the activities? What would follow from here? We see the minister. But normally we know there are some activities that take place, whether it's the singing of the national anthem. Can you take us through those processes?
Okay, what you see now is as the guards are lined up, when the deputy president comes, they will come to attention, and then the deputy president will be escorted by our military police on their motorcycles, and then after him will be also the motorcade of the president that will be coming in with motorcycles, and you will see the difference. The deputy president is having 10 motorcycles that are escorting him, and then the president is having 18.
All right, so the president has his own team that escorts him, which is different from the team that will be escorting the deputy president.
That's correct, yes.
And then just explain the role of the military police. We've spoken about these various other units, but just tell us briefly about the military police and what is their role, not just in tonight's event, but in the military generally.
The role of the military police in our units is usually the same like the SAPS. So if you understand, the military itself is an organization that can function on its own. So we have our military police, we have social workers, and the list go on. But the military police is there to do escort duties, to do disciplinary. When there's some guys who are misbehaving, they get locked up. Our military police is there to also do the precincts of the military, law and order there. So yeah, their role is similar to South African National Police Services. And with them you can also do your certifying of documents and so on, taking affidavits, yes.
So basically they provide the same services that SAPS would provide to ordinary citizens, but within
the military,
within the SANDF, and so
yes.
Which is why here you find them that they do escorting the president instead of the ordinary police.
Yes.
Or do you work together with the SAPS? What is the relationship, especially in terms of this event, between SANDF and the SAPS?
The relationship is it's very good. We work jointly because they speak almost the same language, military police language. So yes, they work jointly in most of the events.
Hleli nathi siku channel 408 DSTV kwi DSTV channel 408 ubukele Parliament TV, and we are live. It is the 2024 opening of Parliament address by President Cyril Ramaphosa. We are about half an hour away from that address, and as you can see there in front of the sitting wall, the ceremonial guard, am I correct, Colonel? The ceremonial guard.
National Ceremonial Guard.
The National Ceremonial Guard is lined up there ready to give salute to the president as he will be coming in as the chief in command of the SANDF. And today, just to remind our viewers at home, we also celebrated International Mandela Day. And we hope that each and every one of you at home had played their role in terms of what that day seeks to achieve. It is a day of giving. It's not only a day of giving as such, But I see it as a day where people, apart from giving, should also be giving feedback on what they have been doing good for the nation and for the country. How do you normally celebrate this day in the SANDF?
What we normally do on this day, prior to the day itself, we reach out to communities. We go there, we see how can we assist them. Then we come back, and then within our environments, we decide to pledge something to that community. Sometimes we go and we paint a school, sometimes we paint orphanages, or sometimes we buy whatever we deem fit to give to these different organizations or orphanages and so on. So this day we also very involved in giving to the needy. That's 67 minutes. We also do our 67 minutes on this Mandela Day.
Wonderful, Kenel. Just to take our viewers through what to expect, because we're expecting the arrival of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, as well as the Secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Kaso, who will be conducting them from the holding room and then to the point of arrival in Darling Street to receive the Deputy President. And following that would be the Imbongi, would arrive at the entrance of the chamber and would await the arrival of the President of the Republic of South Africa. Then after the Imbongi, at around 18:35, would expect the Deputy President, Mr. Paul Mashatile and Ms. Mashatile, to arrive at the VVIP entrance in Darling Street. Darling Street is the street that you see now, where those National Ceremonial Guard are lining up. That is Darling Street in Cape Town, right in front of the City Hall. And the Deputy President is to be met by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, as well as the Secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Kaso. And from there, the Deputy President, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly will then proceed to the chamber. So that is what you can expect to see before the arrival of the President. But there we are, viewers at home, right in front of the City Hall with the National Ceremonial Guard looking at the statue of their Chief in Command. Are they allowed to salute that statue, Kenel?
No. No.
Why would that be, Kenel? That is a statue of Nelson Mandela, their former Chief in Command.
Yes. Unfortunately, we don't salute statues.
That was just on a lighter note, Kenel. So we see those members that are standing there, the members of the National Ceremonial Guard. So we're waiting for the VVIPs, waiting for the Deputy President to come in. They are here to come in, waiting for the President, who will still come in at a later stage. And we're not the only ones that are waiting. If you are sitting at home and waiting, we also have those members of Parliament that are seated in the chamber, having their little chats whilst they are also waiting for the President. As you can see there on your screen, Mr. John Steenhuisen, the Minister of Agriculture, and there's Mr. Malema and Mr. Floyd Shivambu, the President and the Deputy President of the Economic Freedom Fighters. All the members seated there waiting for the President to speak to them, waiting for the President to outline government's plans and programs for the next 5 years. And we do know that in February next year, when the President delivers his State of the Nation address, he will then be providing an update to the nation on the programs of government, and also will be outlining the programs for that for the financial year, which is 2025. So just to explain it briefly to the viewer at home, today it is an opening of Parliament address. It is not the State of the Nation address. The State of the Nation address only takes place in February of each year. It's an annual event where the President, as I've earlier said, outlines the programs of government and also give feedback to what has happened. We see the motorcade coming in Colonel, is that now the military police that we're talking about who are escorting likely the deputy president coming through?
Yes, that's the military police that's escorting the deputy president. And you can see their formation. Their formation is the leader is in front, which is their commander, and then they peel off, meaning their task has been done now, and then the principal's vehicle is moving.
And you can see there on the screen the members of the National Ceremonial Guard just took position. We'll see now who is arriving. They're expecting the Deputy President to be getting out of that car. We saw the escort leaving, which means, did that mean they are done with their job for a day?
Yes, they are done for the day.
All right, so there we see now who will be coming out of there, and as I've already indicated earlier, that would be Mr. Mashatile, the Deputy President, and Ms. Mashatile. Who've just made their way in, and as they are welcomed there by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Annelien Lothrit, and you can see the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Les Govender. I had an interesting interview with him earlier this morning, and right next to Mr. Govender is the Secretary to the National Council of Provinces, Advocate Pindela. So the Deputy President has arrived. So we're sitting here and we're waiting for the arrival of the President. We saw how the Deputy President made his entry. Oh, there he is walking now as he's making his way in, and you can see those members of the National Ceremonial Guard standing still. Why is everyone standing still there in that SANDF uniform, Colonel?
This is part of our drill. Now, a drill in the military is the way you should behave.
And what would happen if one of the members started moving whilst all the others are standing still?
It's very rare that it will happen, because before this can unfold, there's a lot of rehearsal that's going through this whole proceeding. So these guys are well rehearsed.
That's great to hear. Thank you so much. And yes, viewers, you've seen the Deputy President making his way in together with Mrs. Mashatile. They should have been made their way inside the chamber now. And as things stand, we are 25 minutes away from the address by the President when he will deliver the opening, the official opening of Parliament address. Today, Parliament officially opens. One might wonder, why is it an opening today, whereas Parliament has had sittings, they've elected the presiding officers, and the Speaker's work of Parliament has to continue, has to go. And remember, this Parliament serves the people of South Africa. Hence, today will then be said to be the official opening of Parliament, which is why the President will be addressing the nation. And those members at the back, Colonel Dressen, they're still members of the National Ceremonial Guard.
Yes, the members that you see at the back there is the ceremonial band, National Ceremonial Band. Those are the members that are going to play the national anthem when the President takes a salute, national salute from the ceremonial guard.
So we have the National Ceremonial Guard and the National Ceremonial Band, which are two different groupings.
It's two different groupings, but they are from the same unit.
And you can see there in the house, greetings are taking place there with the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP greeting Minister Mantashe. And right next to that, Minister Mantashe is Minister Muchecha, the Minister. That's your Minister.
Oh, yes, yes.
The Minister of Defense. How has the department received the Minister's appointment?
We have received her very well, and we're looking forward to work with her.
All right, and right behind the Minister of the Defense was the Minister of Energy and Electricity, and there is the Deputy President, Mr. Paul Mashatile, chatting there with the Chief Whip, Mr. Ntuli, right next to him, and behind Mr. Ntuli is the Minister Matrodina right there, the former Chief Whip of the National Assembly, and on her right is Ms. Stella Ndabeni Abraham, the Minister of Small Business. We are still awaiting for the President. You can see there inside the chamber, they are eagerly waiting. I think the hopes are high now that members have seen the Deputy President. There he is on your screen, sitting next to Ms. Doris Lago, the member of the African National Congress. They have sharing a chat, little joke that they are sharing there. But yeah, we have all the members waiting patiently for the President to arrive, and then those proceedings. Once the President arrives, what will happen?
Once the President's motorcade arrives, the commander of this guard, Colonel Masilela, will give them the order for the guards to come to attention, and then she will then take a salute to the President, and then the President will then be met by the two aides-de-camp after he has got out of his vehicle, who will then marshal him to the podium. Then I don't know whether the First Lady will also be there, but usually the First Lady is also there with the President taking the national salute.
Yes, the President will be arriving with the First Lady, Dr. Mutsu.
Yes. So he will be then on the podium, where he will then take the national salute from the National Ceremonial Guard. And then simultaneously, the 21-gun salute will also then go off.
All right, as we wait for the President to arrive there, I'm sitting with Colonel Asekhai of the South African National Defence Force, taking through to some of those activities that you see there, which Tembingosi would not be able to give you a full detail of, which is why we're grateful to have Colonel Asekhai with us here. You see, Deputy President has walked in, so we are waiting the President of the Republic, who will be welcomed by the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and then will be conducted by Mr. Mandel, who will receive the President, and the Secretary to Parliament will also be in attendance. As you would have seen earlier, when the Deputy President arrived, he was greeted by the Deputy Speaker, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, as well as the Secretary to the National Council of Provinces. As a deputy, he was received by the deputy. Now wait for the Speaker and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, who will receive the President when he arrives. And as Mr. Asekhai has explained, the President will also arrive on an escort. He will be led by the military police, yes, who will then follow the same process that was followed with the Deputy President as they get in closer to the City Hall, and then will make their way will make their way off, and then the President will be arriving, which we expect to happen at any time from now on. And for those who just joined, you can follow all our proceedings at Parliament of RSA on all our social media platforms. The activities of today will be available there. You can go and watch from the beginning. We've been live since 7:30 this morning, so there's lots and lots to see if you have missed out, understanding that some of the people were at work today and some had been busy celebrating the International Mandela Day. They would not have had a chance to follow the proceedings live. You can go back on all the social media platforms at Parliament of RSA, and you can follow all the proceedings. Colonel, we're still waiting. We can hear the aeroplanes. And tell us who the gentleman is. He looks very busy, the one that is currently working on this. So for those that are watching, that would be the South African Police Service. A helicopter, it has been flying around for the better part of today, which I think is just to ensure enough security. This gentleman that keeps on walking up and down,
that gentleman is a regimental sergeant major of the National Ceremonial Guard.
What is his role? What does he do?
He is the regimental sergeant major is basically the father of the unit. Like the commander will be regarded as the mother of the unit, and he's the father. He is the one who's physically on the ground, who's physically there, ensuring that these members are ready for any event where they need to go and participate. He's basically sorting out the logistics. He's basically sorting out that their weapons are ready, they are clean, their clothes are prim and proper, their shoes are polished. So he's the guy who's looking after those logistics.
And I'm looking after those logistics here in the studio, and I can confirm I'm quite happy with the shoes. They are well polished, Colonel. I'm quite happy. So we saw earlier the streets where the president's escort would be making its way. So we're expecting them at any given moment now. And there it is on your screen, the presidential escort. Tell us what's happening now there, Colonel.
There you can see, this is a military police. In the back there you can see they are accompanied by the mounted unit from the SAPS. Now the president is having, the military police as his escort, and the mounted unit is 18 horses, plus the 2 that will be next to the president's motorcade.
What is the significance of having 18 horses there?
That one I cannot answer because
it lies with the SAPS.
Yes,
I understand. I understand, which is why earlier on I asked that to clarify those roles, which you've done very well. In actual fact, the role of the SAPS and the role of the SANDF. But as you have indicated, both departments working together to ensure that today become a success. As you can see there on your screen, right in front of the Cape Town City Hall, we can expect the big man to walk out of that car there, the Secretary to Parliament already standing and waiting, and right next to him will be the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refilwe Mtsweni Tsipane, and next to Ms. Tsipane will be the Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Toko Didiza, and there the President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, walks out and goes around the car to fetch the First Lady, Dr. Motsipe, looking beautiful. They are walking in. They will be received by the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Secretary to Parliament, and that will be receiving them as they arrive. There you can see members of the National Defense marching. They've just delivered the President to the Cape Town City Hall, which has been declared the Parliamentary precinct for these activities. You all know what transpired in the Parliamentary precinct about a year ago when Parliament was gutted into fire. So we are using the City Hall as a precinct of Parliament. Of course, for the first sittings of Parliament, it was the Cape Town International Convention Center, but today we are here at the City Hall, and we'll be here for the rest of the proceedings that relate to the opening address that the President. Tell us about those 2 gentlemen that are leading the President.
Those 2 gentlemen are from the Navy. They are the aide-de-camps who will marshal the President to the podium and wait for the President to receive his national salute from the ceremonial guard. And then after that, they will also marshal then the President to the House of Parliament, where they will salute him again, and then they will wait there until the President finishes inside, and then they will marshal him back to his vehicle.
All right, viewers, there's the President with the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Didiza, as well as the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Let me listen to that salute.
They have told you, all these actions happen simultaneously. As the national anthem is playing,
is the singing of the national anthem and the salute to the President of the Republic. Colonel, I've always wondered what is being used there, because I could feel the studio was vibrating as those shots were going off. What is being used there?
The guns that have been used there, we call them the G1 guns. Those are artillery pieces that we have dedicated to ceremonial events, whether being opening of Parliament or receiving head of states from other countries. So we're using those guns.
So there's nothing coming out there?
No, there's nothing deadly that comes out of there.
Because I could hear sounds like these strange sounds, the studio was vibrating. It's something that I hear every year, but I've always just wanted to know. I'm sure I'm not the only one. I'm sure the viewers at home had also wanted to know what is it. But thank you for explaining that. As you can see there on the screen, the salute is done. Now I take it that the salute is done now, Colonel?
That's correct. The President has now received his salute from the guard, and the President has made his way into the House of Parliament, so the guard is going to withdraw.
So everyone now that has been part of it, they're going to withdraw. Are they going back to their respective camps or military bases, or are they still going to be around the precinct?
They are now done, so they are going now back to the
castle?
To the castle, yes.
All right, so we're 9 minutes away from the President delivering his State of the Nation address. You've seen the national salute, ceremonial guard saluting the President. We've heard the national ceremonial band playing Kosisikelela. The gun salute was happening as well. We are indicating that these happen simultaneously. So what we can expect now are the processes inside of the National Assembly, wherein the Sergeant at Arms will then usher in. But we're also expecting to hear from Mbongi that we heard here earlier on, as those members of the South African National Defence Force are withdrawing. They are now marching to the Castle of Good Hope, which is located just about a minute away from here. So it's not going to be a long march for them. Couldn't you have used another base where we'll see our soldiers maybe marching from Simonstown to Cape Town, so that we can know that we are safe, because as I was saying earlier, we don't see any wars happening, especially that involve our country. So there's always been questions there on what are our soldiers really doing. So what then happens with those guys after today's event?
After today's event, all members involved will be returning to their units. We call them mother units. It's where they belong. So at their mother units, they will continue with normal routine. Sometimes the commander will use his own discretion and say to them, guys, you might take a few days off.
Oh, that's what I wish I could. And you can see there on your screen everyone up, and the Sergeant at Arms is ushering in the Speaker, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson, the National Council of Provinces, followed by the President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, and right behind was the Secretary to the National Assembly. And as you can see there, the President greeting the Chief Whip of the African National Congress in the National Assembly, as well as the Deputy President standing right next to him there. So we can expect that at any given time now, the proceedings inside the National Assembly will start. The President has arrived. The Deputy President is there, Chief Whips, members of Parliament, everyone standing up, and we're waiting for the process for the President to be invited at any given time to address the nation and officially open Parliament. There's your Mbongi. Perhaps you should just listen to what the Mbongi is saying there. That is Lutendo Mugagadeli. He is an Imbongi for this year's event. He's well known as Venda Boy Poet. He just delivered his poet there. We heard him earlier, but we'll now hand over to the National Assembly.
May we be seated. Order, honorable members. I can see some of you think the prayer was very short. I hope you did pray at home before coming here. Honorable members, the President has called this joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in terms of Section 84, subsection 2D of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, read with Joint Rule 14 to deliver the opening of Parliament address. I now call the Honourable the President to address the joint sitting.
Thank you. Let's be seated, please. Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Togo Didiza, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Refilwe Mtsweni Tsipani, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, former President Thabo Mbeki, former Deputy President Baleka Mbete, former Deputy President Phumzile Mlambo Ngcuka, former Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Amos Masondo, Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, Deputy Chief Justice Mandisa Maya, Executive Mayor of Cape Town, Mr. Gordon Lewis, the various heads of institutions supporting democracy here present, esteemed member of the Order of Inkamanga, Umama Dr. Esther Mahlanga. Distinguished guests and eminent persons, members of the Diplomatic Corps, honorable members of Parliament, and fellow South Africans. We gather here this evening in the province of the Western Cape in the sad aftermath of ferocious and unforgiving storms that have caused damage to homes, businesses, and infrastructure, affecting tens of thousands of people across the province. In recent days, we have witnessed runaway fires in KwaZulu-Natal, in which 14 people, including 6 firefighters, lost their lives. The fires also caused destruction of homes, livestock, and grazing fields. I spoke to the two premiers of our provinces earlier today, Honorable Ntuli and Honorable Winde, and informed them that the thoughts of South Africans are with all those people who have been subjected to these terrible weather conditions as they work to recover and rebuild their lives. I have asked honorable members, the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the Council of Provinces to convene this joint sitting to formally open Parliament on a day that is full of meaning and significance in the lives of not only South Africans, but many people around the world. Today we celebrate the birth of the founding father of our nation and democracy, and a global icon of peace, justice, and reconciliation, President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Across our country and across the world, millions of people are marking this day with deeds of service and solidarity. Through their actions, they are giving life to a fundamental truth that we derive our humanity from the humanity of others. Umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. Mutu ke mutu ngabantu. Mutu ndi mutu ngabantu. Munu imunu ibanu bangwane. We are reminded of this day that we have a responsibility to each other, and that our well-being and our happiness cannot be separated from those of our fellow citizens, men and women, not only of our country but of the world. We are reminded that as we strive to progress and to prosper, we have a responsibility to ensure that no one is left behind. We, South Africans, are a diverse nation, a nation with different histories, different beliefs, cultures, and languages. Yet we are one people, and we share a common destiny. It is this common destiny that the people of South Africa have charged this Parliament and this government to consolidate and advance their destiny. Exactly 50 days ago, the people of South Africa went to the polls to decide the future of our country. Ahead of the elections, they had expressed their concerns and their hopes, their wishes, as well as their expectations. Through their votes, they determined that the leaders of our country should set aside their political differences and come together as one to overcome the severe challenges that confront our nation. They sent a clear message that without unity, cooperation, and partnership, our efforts to end poverty, unemployment, and inequality will not succeed. Guided by this directive from the people of our country, political parties from across the political spectrum have elected to establish a government of national unity. In an act that is unprecedented in our democratic history, 10 political parties represented here in our Parliament have agreed to craft a common program to build a better, more equal, and more just South Africa. They have come together despite their differences and differences they have. They came together because they share a commitment to a nation that is united, prosperous, and inclusive. Through a statement of intent, these parties have made a firm commitment to respect the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and the rule of law, and to promote accountability, transparency, integrity, and good governance. They have agreed to a minimum program as the foundation of the work of the Government of National Unity. The priority actions that arise from this minimum program received the full support of the recent Cabinet Lekgotla, which was held recently, which brought together newly appointed ministers, deputy ministers, and premiers from all our provinces. It also brought together local government representatives as represented in Salga, directors general and other key officials were also in attendance. These are the primary actions that we outline this evening that they decided on. Cabinet will be convening a further strategy session to consider the minimum term development plan, having moved from the medium term strategic plan, framework rather, the development plan which will translate the priorities that these parties have agreed to into a detailed plan, as well as the interventions that government will implement over the next 5 years. The medium-term development plan will set out a well-defined vision and strategic plan that outlines clear goals and includes specific, measurable objectives and a roadmap for achieving them. These goals will be properly aligned with the budget, which will support the implementation of these objectives. In all this work, the National Development Plan Vision 2030 remains the defining blueprint for our country's growth and development. We also draw inspiration from the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union's Agenda 2063 in crafting our medium-term development plan. The Cabinet Lekgotla underscored the determination of all members of the Government of National Unity to work together to advance the interests of all South Africans, without pursuing and promoting party political interests. It is about putting the people of South Africa first and foremost and advancing their interests. The Lekgotla noted with appreciation the commitment and great enthusiasm with which the newly appointed ministers and deputy ministers, as well as our premiers, have embarked on their duties. We will have seen many of them going throughout the country, immediately embarking on their tasks and outlining what their plans are. And some with great excitement, and some expressing their joy at having been appointed. And we all should rejoice as we see them. Honorable members, despite the achievement of 30 years of democracy and the work undertaken over the last 5 years to rebuild our economy and our society, millions of South Africans remain poor, unemployed, and they live in a highly unequal society. For a decade and a half, our economy has barely grown. The circumstances of the people of South Africa today requires that we act together as the Government of National Unity, as well as all key role players in our country, and that we act with urgency, boldly and decisively. The Government of National Unity has resolved to dedicate the next 5 years to actions that will advance 3 strategic priorities. Firstly, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And thirdly, to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We have decided to place inclusive economic growth at the center of the work of the Government of National Unity and at the top of our national agenda. Our experience over the past 30 years has shown that when our economy grows, jobs are created. When our economy contracts, there is no job creation, and in fact, some jobs are lost. The Government of National Unity will pursue every action that contributes to sustainable, rapid economic growth and remove every obstacle that stands in the way of growth. We are determined that growth must be inclusive and that growth must also be transformational. Inclusive growth must drive the redistribution of wealth as well as opportunity. It must support the empowerment of Black South Africans and women and all those who in the past had been relegated to the fringes of our nation's economy. This is part of the constitutional imperative to redress the imbalances of the past and deal with the slow process of development. Through empowerment and transformation, we can ensure that the skills, the capabilities, resources, and energies of all South Africans are used to the greatest effect. We will continue to pursue the programs that encourage broad-based Black economic empowerment, employment equity, and support to small and medium-sized enterprises. We will continue to protect and uphold the rights of workers and continually strive to improve the conditions in which they work and live. Inclusive growth demands that we affirm the position of the women of our country and the young people in the economy of our country. Inclusive growth requires that we remove the social, economic, and cultural and other barriers to the full participation of persons with disabilities and other vulnerable groups in our country. We will support the growth of rural enterprises and invest in public infrastructure in underserviced areas across our land. We will increase funding to land reform, prioritize the transfer of state land, and improve post-settlement support by strengthening the institutional capacity of responsible structures. To achieve rapid, inclusive growth, we will need to fix our struggling municipalities. Growth happens at a local level where our people live and work. Our municipalities must become both the providers of social services and facilitators of inclusive economic growth. They must work to attract investment in their areas. This approach can encourage businesses to expand and create more jobs in municipal areas. Investors are generally attracted to areas that have reliable and modern infrastructure. Simplifying and speeding up planning and regulatory processes can make it easier for businesses to invest and operate in a municipality, and this often leads to the creation of more and more jobs. As the national government, we have both a constitutional responsibility and a clear electoral mandate to assist municipalities in the effective exercise of their powers as well as their functions. We will ensure that the institutional structure and funding model for local government is fit for purpose and that municipalities are financially and operationally sustainable. Now, this we will do because our municipalities have been raising this over and over again. We will put in place systems to ensure that capable and qualified people are appointed to senior positions in municipalities and ensure independent regulation and oversight. As an immediate priority, we will also bring stability to governance in our metros and restore the delivery of services. Many of our metros have faced huge challenges that need to be attended to. We have already begun with this work. When I visited eThekwini Metro earlier this year, I met with the residents of the city, with local business leaders and municipal officials. They told me that they wanted to work together to build a city that they could be proud of again. We've put in place the eThekwini Presidential Working Group to enhance support from national and provincial government to turn the metro administration around and to fix the problems that they are facing in relation to infrastructure, water, sanitation, and also to focus on attracting new investment. This we shall do because eThekwini or Durban needs to be restored to its former glory, and this we should do. We will extend the same approach to other metropolitan cities that face serious challenges so that our cities can become engines of growth and become dynamic centers of opportunities for our people. In the next 5 years, working together as the government of national unity, drawing on our collective capabilities, we will forge a new inclusive growth path for South Africa by pursuing a massive investment in infrastructure. Significant projects are already underway around the country in areas such as transport, roads, water in the form of building dams, energy, and human settlements. We will massively increase the scale of investments in infrastructure through a more holistic and integrated approach, positioning Infrastructure South Africa as a central institution of coordination and planning. We are continuing to simplify the regulations on public-private partnerships. This process had stalled for a number of years, and we are now earnest and focused in simplifying this very way of engendering good infrastructure investment to enable greater investment in both social and economic infrastructure development. From our largest metros to our deepest rural areas, we have a clear intention to turn our country into a construction site. We want to see yellow equipment, yes, throughout our country, and cranes and roads being built, as well as dams, as well as bridges, houses, schools, hospitals, including broadband fiber that will be laid out as new power lines are installed. We must work to engender a culture of maintenance of public infrastructure and dedicate resources and establish systems to ensure this. Now, the culture of maintaining our infrastructure has declined over a number of years. We build infrastructure facilities and leave the maintenance thereof to a time when they've started to debilitate and collapse. Part of the process must be engendering a culture of maintaining right from the day they have been put in place. Now, as the Government of National Unity, we are resolved to intensify our investment drive, encouraging and enabling businesses to invest in productive capacity. These investments will lead to increased employment creation for unemployed South Africans, especially for young people. We will drive growth in labor-intensive sectors such as services, as it is happening now, and agriculture, which has a great potential to create jobs. Our menu... Yes, agriculture. Our manufacturing capability has declined over years. We do need to re-industrialize our country and make sure that we can create more and more jobs out of quite a number of sectors of our economy. To create more jobs for South Africans, we will also focus on processing our minerals so that we export finished products rather than raw commodities. It is actually quite sad to see us continuing to ship out rock, soil, and dust out of the ports of our country, and yet we can process a number of these minerals and ensure that we export processed products, finished products. That is what we will be focusing on. We will pursue a smart industrial policy that focuses on the competitiveness of our economy and that incentivizes businesses to expand our exports and to create jobs. We will continue to work with stakeholders to develop and implement master plans to grow important industries, to increase investment, to create jobs and foster transformation. Now, we will also review the various master plans that we have to see whether they're becoming as effective as we had envisaged. We are convinced that small, medium enterprises and the informal sector hold the greatest potential for inclusive growth and job creation. we will pay particular attention to supporting small and medium-sized enterprises in our townships, in our rural areas, and in areas that need focus. We will take economic activity to where most of our people live so that more and more jobs can be created. Red tape debilitates the creation of jobs. Every department and every public entity has been directed to reduce the undue regulatory burdens that hold back businesses from creating jobs. And this is an area that our ministers will focus on in the areas of their work, so that the various entities and the various structures of government ensure that the regulatory burden that we often impose on businesses must be eliminated so that our businesses can thrive and be profitable and create more jobs. We have demonstrated the value of public and social employment in creating immediate work and livelihood opportunities for many of our people. The Presidential Employment Stimulus, the expanded Public Works Program, and other initiatives under the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention have provided income, work experience, and skills development opportunities to many of our people, particularly young people and women. We will expand and institutionalize these programs so that more and more young people can participate in job opportunities and skills development. Now, through the Presidential Employment Stimulus, we have been able to create nearly 2 million work and livelihood opportunities. Yes, this is true. If you go to our schools, 25,000 of them benefited from the deployment of young people who came in as teacher assistants. Through this program, they gained a lot of experience, they gained a lot of know-how, and they got into the world of work. And many of them are now better equipped to be able to operate in the world of work. We see great potential for growth beyond our borders. As we strengthen economic diplomacy with our largest trading partners and potential trading partners, we will prioritize the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area to increase our exports to the rest of our continent. The rest of our continent is actually a wide open opportunity for South African businesses. As one goes around the continent, you often see products from other continents outside of our own. And this can be a real good opportunity for South African businesses. Sometimes as one goes around, you even see water imported from Europe, from Asia. And one often asks oneself, why can't this be done on the African continent? And this is an opportunity for the most industrialized nation on the continent to export to the rest of the continent. We will do this as part of our foreign policy approach, which promotes peace, security, democracy, and development across Africa and advances a more just and inclusive world order. Over the next 5 years, we will seize the enormous opportunity in renewable energy for inclusive growth. South Africa has some of the best solar and wind resources in the world. As we undertake a just transition towards renewable energy, our country must create a green manufacturing sector centered on the export of green hydrogen and associated products. We must move into electric vehicles and renewable energy components. We have seen, for example, how the Northern Cape has already attracted billions of rands of investment in renewable energy projects. Work is underway to set up a special economic zone in Bochubai to drive investment in green hydrogen energy projects. We have already a huge pipeline of renewable energy projects representing over 22,500 megawatts of new generating capacity, estimated to be worth around 400 billion rand in new investment. Investments such as these will inevitably create more jobs. Just this week, we saw the largest private energy project connect to the grid near Lichtenberg in the Northwest Province, with over 390,000 solar panels that will add 256 megawatts to the national grid. We will see more of these projects taking shape across the country in the months and years to come. As these investments reach fruition, more jobs will be created. Our Just Energy Transition investment plan sets out a clear path to invest more than 1.3 trillion rand in a just transition, including support for workers and communities in Mpumalanga and other coal-producing regions. Our country is undergoing a renewable energy revolution that is expected to be the most significant driver of growth and job creation in the next decade and beyond. We also have a unique opportunity to position our country as a major player in the digital economy and create jobs in digital services. We will invest in digital identity and payments, expand access to affordable broadband, and increase training for young people in digital skills. As we pursue these new areas of growth, we will continue with the far-reaching reforms that enable growth. At the same time, we will launch our second phase of Operation Vulindlela, a government-wide initiative that has been essential in supporting and driving reform. It resides in the Presidency, and the Treasury and the Presidency are hard at work to lead the reform process in our country. But more importantly, it is a process that has seen to the breaking down of silos in government, where various government departments cooperate together to ensure that we drive the reforms that we have embarked upon. In its second phase, Operation Vulindlela will focus on reforming the local government system and improving the delivery of basic services and harnessing digital public infrastructure as a driver of growth and inclusion. It will also focus on accelerating the release of public land for social housing and redirecting our housing policy to enable people to find affordable homes in areas of their choice. We will complete the most consequential transformation of South Africa's electricity industry in more than a century. Since the announcement of the Energy Action Plan that I announced here in Parliament in July 2022, we've made tremendous progress also in reducing the severity of load shedding that beset our country for a long time. Now, over the next 5 years, government will focus on expanding and strengthening the transmission network, the electricity transmission network that needs a great deal of expansion, but that also requires quite a lot of investment. To drive inclusive growth, we need an efficient freight rail network to carry our minerals, our agricultural produce, and manufactured goods to market. Through the implementation of the Freight Logistics Roadmap, we will continue with reforms to transform South Africa's freight logistics system. Now, the work that we are doing with business and unions through the National Logistics Crisis Committee has already contributed to improvements in the operational performance of freight rail and ports. The well-being of our people and growth of our economy depends on another important issue, which is water. South Africa is a water-scarce country, and our water security is threatened by historical underinvestment in bulk water resources and distribution infrastructure. We will therefore continue with the institutional reforms in the water sector to enable greater investment in bulk water infrastructure and better regulation of water services and sources across the country. And this will involve, yes, the building of the dams whose construction in a number of areas in our country is already underway, and ensuring that reticulation also takes place as we build these dams. Just as business needs water and electricity to operate, a growing economy needs skills. Where the skills we need are not immediately available, we need to attract people with the appropriate qualifications and experience to come and bolster our efforts. Now, in doing this, we will continue with the visa reforms that we introduced in the last few years to attract skills, but more importantly, to also attract investment, and also with a view of growing our tourism sector that is so important. And we will continue to pursue a macroeconomic policy that supports growth and development in a stable and sustainable manner. Like many other countries, we have had to borrow money to support our budgetary requirements. We will manage public finances with a view to stabilizing debt. We are firmly committed, to steadily reducing the cost of servicing our debt so that we can redirect funds towards other critical social and economic needs. Our second strategic priority as the Government of National Unity is to tackle poverty and the high cost of living. An effective, integrated and comprehensive poverty alleviation strategy is necessary to provide protection and support to the most vulnerable in our society. Even at a time when many companies are making large profits, millions of South Africans are suffering as a result of rising prices of everything they buy. As the Government of National Unity, we will look to expand the basket of essential food items exempt from VAT, and undertake a comprehensive review of administered prices, including, yes, the fuel price formula, to identify and this we did for a while. When the prices of fuel just kept on rising, we were able to find a way in which we could stabilize the price. We will seek to find ways of addressing this challenge. Asset poverty is one of the underlying causes of abject poverty in our country, and this exacerbates the high cost of living amongst our people. The provision of title deeds for land and housing provides people with assets that they can use to improve their economic position. Income poverty is also one of the underlying causes of poverty. The best way to deal with poverty is for people to have jobs. We have, however, made interventions to support the unemployed through a variety of interventions, including during COVID, when we introduced the SRD grant. The SRD grant has provided a lifeline to millions of South Africans who are unemployed. We will use this grant as a basis as we move on for the introduction of a sustainable form of income support for unemployed people to address the challenge of income poverty. We must ensure that local governments properly implement the indigent policy so that the old, the infirm, and the poor are able to get assistance with the payment of basic services. Now, this is important. And importantly, we will link social assistance with other forms of support to lift people out of poverty. As a country, we need to appreciate the impact that a well-functioning and quality education system has on both reducing poverty and driving inclusive economic growth. We will therefore focus on achieving universal access to early childhood development, which is a prerequisite. And this, honorable members, is a prerequisite for improved learning in later years. We will ensure schools are conducive to deliver good education with enough classrooms, safe and appropriate sanitation facilities, clean water, and a daily meal for those children who attend our schools. To ensure that we produce the skills that our economy needs, we will expand vocational and technical training in schools and post-school institutions. And in this regard, we will seek to take a demand-led approach to skills development. An important task of the next 5 years is to ensure that we also reduce the high cost of living through ensuring that everyone in South Africa has equal access to equitable, accessible, and affordable quality health care. As we implement the National Health Insurance, we will focus on strengthening healthcare infrastructure, which many people during the debate and discussions on the NHI have said we should focus on. We will also improve the training of healthcare professionals and use technology to improve healthcare management. Now, while there is much contestation around the NHI, there is broad agreement that we must draw on the resources and capabilities of both the public and private sectors to meet the healthcare needs of all South Africans equally. In implementing the NHI, we are confident that we will be able to bring stakeholders together and that we will be able to resolve differences and clarify misunderstandings. Now, as the Government of National Unity, we have agreed that we will seek to build consensus around issues that we may not agree on. And there are a number of issues that we agree on. What unites us, we are united around many issues. And there are issues which we still need to find full agreement on. And yes, we will work hard to make sure that we do find agreement. Now, with so many people living far from economic opportunities and services, transport costs take up a large portion of many of our people's income and drive up the cost of living. We often hear reports that many of our people spend up to 40–50% of their income just on transport. An immediate priority is therefore to complete the recovery of the passenger rail network across the country to enable people to travel from outlying areas to cities at an affordable rate. Around 80% of commuter rail corridors are now back into operation, and nearly 300 vandalized stations have been refurbished, providing safer and more efficient services to commuters. The third strategic priority of the Government of National Unity is to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We will proceed with the work already underway to professionalize the public service, ensuring that we attract into the state people with skills and capabilities. And I need to pause for a minute here that as the Government of National Unity, key people who are appointed into positions of ministers and deputy ministers, as they got into the office, the public service officials have managed this transition period extremely well, and I want to thank them for doing so. We will continue to fight corruption and prevent undue political interference in our administration of the state. In this administration, we will complete the work to restore the financial position and operational performance of our state-owned enterprises. We will complete the implementation of a new centralized ownership model for our state-owned enterprises. This will improve accountability, transparency, governance, and oversight, while reducing inefficiency and the potential for corruption. The establishment of a state-owned SOE holding company will give us even greater capacity, apart from everything else that this will benefit us for. It will give us greater capacity to build a sovereign wealth fund. This has been done successfully by other countries whose sovereign wealth funds have built up capital from the high performance of their state-owned enterprises rather than from the fiscus. So this is an important move. Now, to tackle crime and corruption, we must have capable, sophisticated, and independent law enforcement agencies that can fight complex and organized crime. We will deploy modern technology to assist crime fighting. A data-driven approach will be used to identify violent crime hotspots and inform the allocation of policing resources alongside prevention measures. We will continue to tackle priority crimes like illegal mining, gang violence, cash-in-transit heists, and the construction mafia through specialized police units. Now, we will continue to implement the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. And we will expand victim support services like the Tutuzela centers and GBV desks in police stations. Now, 30 years ago, President Nelson Mandela stood before this House to reflect on the first 100 days of the first government of national unity, recognizing the different views of the diverse parties within that government of national unity. He said, "What brings us together is the overriding commitment to a joint national effort to reconcile our nation and to improve its well-being." Close quotes. The same may be said of this government of national unity that has now been established by 10 of the parties represented in this parliament. We share a commitment to reconcile our nation by advancing social justice and equal prosperity for all. We are committed to improve the well-being of our country and its people through inclusive growth, the creation of jobs, and the reduction of poverty. This is an undertaking that should involve all of us. On the occasion of the presidential inauguration, I made a commitment that we should work together to hold a national dialogue, to discuss the critical challenges facing our country, and to agree on what we all need to do to achieve a better future for this great country. Across society, people, organizations, foundations, and you name them, have expressed their support for a national dialogue. They have said it should involve all key stakeholders in the life of our country, representing civil society, traditional leaders, the faith-based sector, labor, business, cultural workers, sports people, and other formations representing the diverse interests and voices of our citizens. Following the example set by historic events such as the Congress of the People in 1955, the Conference for a Democratic Future in 1989, and the CODESA talks in the early 90s, and drawing on the experience of writing our Constitution in 1996, we envisage a national dialogue that involves extensive and inclusive public participation. As we have done at many important moments in our history, we will seek to forge a common vision and build a comprehensive social compact with a clear program of action to realize our people's aspirations for this beautiful country. Through this national dialogue, we are called to be agents of change, to be champions of inclusive growth, to be the creators of opportunity for all our people. A few years ago, a diverse group of partners and stakeholders from across society came together to consider various scenarios for the future of our country. These were called the Indlulamiti Scenarios 2035. One of the scenarios that they painted and described was called the recrimination nation, using the image of the bird, the loud hadida, as its symbol. This described a situation of inaction where our country's problems go unresolved and where everyone blames each other for South Africa's ills. This scenario painted a picture of our country going into decline. The second scenario that they painted and described symbolized a vulture. This painted a picture of a desperate nation governed by a populist coalition whose main objective is self-enrichment and patronage. Now, this scenario which seems to excite people so much, this scenario saw investment confidence being eroded, the growth path being low, and unemployment and poverty and inequality remaining extremely high. These fellow South Africans also described a scenario they called the cooperation nation, which was symbolized by social weaver beds. This scenario paints a picture where after disruptions and protests, there is a coming together of political parties, the state, the private sector, labor, civil society, coming together in order to jointly identify priorities and leveraging the strength of each. There is change as this scenario plays itself out in the form of governance and reform that leads to the economy growing with more investment attracted, leading to the reduction of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. By establishing the government of national unity, by preparing, yes, for this national dialogue I've spoken about, we have deliberately set ourselves along the path towards a cooperation nation. That's where we want to go. And we would like all of us as South Africans to behave like weaver beds. Weavers are amongst the most efficient and gregarious birds in that they build complex structures together, but more importantly, they cooperate. And this is the way we should go. Despite all the challenges, despite our differences, despite all the headwinds that we have faced, as South Africans, we are called upon to remain firmly committed to pursue the path of cooperation, of growth and inclusion. We are called upon to behave like weaver beds, building nests and building this big South African nest that will be able to sustain all the people of our country. Earlier today, a group of South Africans, of South African climbers, reached the summit of Kilimanjaro. Now, as we know, this is the highest peak on our beloved continent. They did so in honor of the birth of the father of our nation, Nelson Mandela, and to celebrate the 30th anniversary of our freedom. This effort that they got involved in, or they are involved in, is called or known as Trek for Mandela expedition. Now, these climbers have been joined by other climbers from several countries around the world to help keep girls in school by raising funds for sanitary products and other needs. Now, this is an important part. And what they have done symbolizes what we should all take as an inspiration. Let their actions inspire us all. Let their achievement of reaching the summit of Kilimanjaro remind us that as the South African nation, there is no mountain we cannot climb and no peak we cannot reach. One remembers what Nelson Mandela wrote in his long walk to freedom, when he said he had walked and he had had a long walk and he had climbed a number of hills and he reached this top hill and surveyed the beauty of our country and said he should not tarry too long because there are many more hills to climb. As South Africans, we can summit many hills if we work together and we rise together. I want to conclude by referring and paraphrasing the words of Martin Luther King Jr. when he said, "Let us rise up tonight with greater readiness. Let us stand with a greater determination, and let us move on in these powerful days, these days of challenge, to make South Africa what it ought to be. We have a great opportunity to make this country a better nation. The coming together of all these parties that have decided to cooperate is quite a historic moment for our country, and we must make the government of national unity work and function and succeed." I am determined, and I've been grateful in talking to all the leaders of these 9 parties. I've been grateful that all of them have, with one voice, said, "Mr. President, we want this GNU to work, and we shall make it work." Thank you very much. May God bless South Africa.
Thank you very much, honourable members. We may take our seats. Order, honourable members. We thank the Honourable, the President, for a well-delivered address. After we have adjourned this joint sitting, members should rise and remain at their places until the procession has left the chamber. The guests in the gallery should remain seated until the judiciary has left and the ushers indicate that the doors are open. The procession, led by the usher of the Black Rod and the acting Sergeant-at-Arms, will leave the chamber in the following order: the Speaker of the National Assembly, the National Chairperson, the National Council of Provinces, I mean the chairperson. The President, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Deputy President, the Secretary of Parliament. That concludes the business of the day, and the joint sitting is adjourned. I forgot.
And that marks the end of the opening of Parliament address delivered by the President, where he highlighted the administration's comprehensive plans on long-term vision for the upcoming 5-year term. Of course, we saw a standing ovation after the President delivered his address. And as you can see on your screens right now, engagements and pleasantries, obviously now, because the President is leaving the precinct.
Yes, Tsepo, as you rightfully say, members are up on their feet, some singing, rejoices, having listened to the President as he leaves the National Assembly chamber. The chairperson of the NCOP, she struggled to her own title.
It's been a long day, Temi.
Yeah, she indicated how the procession will leave the house, and once all the presiding officer and the President have left the house, and it is only then members will be able to leave the house. So we'll also hear some of the reflections. It's been a great day.
It has a jubilous moment there in the
but
chamber.
You can see the chamber says it all, that the speech was well received by the members of Parliament.
Now, obviously, then, this might take a while. We know how our Parliament goes. And like you said, Teminkosi, this is a representation of how well received the President's address is to the members. And this means that they have reflected on these issues. And obviously, these are issues that they feel strongly about in terms of this government of national unity.
As members sing there, Nelson Mandela, Akona, that song that they are singing there. Yes. And it happened that as viewers would be aware that today is International Mandela Day, which marks Mandela's birthday back in 2018. But we all know that he passed on in 2013 and is no longer with us. So,
however, he still remains Nelson Mandela, just like the members are singing there and leaving the Parliament.
The chamber is getting empty. It looks like everyone is now leaving and getting out. So as you can see there, we will be bringing you some of the reactions as soon as those members have left the National Assembly. So you can hear how they received the President's speech. But quite interesting, one of my takes was relating to the GBV desks at the police station, something that I think it's long overdue. We should have had. There's no the GBV that during COVID, if you remember, during COVID-19, we said that's not the only pandemic that we are dealing with. We're still confronted with gender-based violence and femicide. So this would be great news, especially for victims of GBV and for the women of the country in general, that at least they can have hope that when they arrive at the police station to open those cases, that they will be attended to.
Of course, Temikosi, and of course this goes with regards to women empowerment and ensuring that these remedies are readily available and that the people that are going to help and assist them are trained to handle these kind of matters. As you said, this is another pandemic that we have in our society, and I'm actually happy that the President made it a key priority in some of the issues that he will be looking forward to ensuring that his executive attends to in this 5-year plan.
And some of the priorities that the President outlined include like the drive for inclusive growth, the reduction poverty, and also a fight against unemployment, as well as building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, so which would seem to be the focus areas of this parliamentary term. We know the high unemployment rate, how people are sitting home unemployed. The scourge of crime. We get reports about crime every day. As I'm sitting here and talking to you, there's a body that had been recovered of a young girl in Blue Compost, Kransfontein, who has been murdered. And I'm not sure whether to say this, but she has been found without her underwear on and without her socks on, which would clearly indicate with stab wounds this girl has been brutally murdered.
And these are some of the issues that we face on a daily basis. And that's why I say that I am so happy and glad that the President made it an important issue. And he highlighted that this is something that the executive is going to attend to. Of course, he also said that he wants to turn the country into a construction site. Of course, he said that there should be building of roads, houses, dams, bridges, and also to maintain the infrastructure of the country. And of course, in a light moment, he said that they needed to invest in agriculture to ensure, which also doubles back to unemployment, to ensure that the moment they invest in agriculture, that it will be well implemented and it will be well adversed in ensuring that it employs more people that obviously need employment in South Africa.
And Sapa, I would like to see this extended more to the rural areas, because we know that those people rely on agriculture in terms of food security. So wait to see those programs that have been proposed by the President. But I like when he spoke on the GNU, which seeks to pursue the action that contributes to rapid economic growth and remove any other obstacles that stand on the way of that rapid economic growth. So, which is what possibly some of the viewers had been waiting to hear. The President also emphasized on the support of black South Africans, persons with disability, as well as women, because we know those are the groups that get to suffer some of that are challenged many a times.
Yes.
But she also, one thing that, a question that has been asked several times, especially following the GNU, on how is government then going to deal with issues of triple BEE? And the President indicated that the government will continue to pursue those programs. The government will continue to protect the rights of workers, because that's been another outcry of where in this GNU, where, because we know the different policies of parties that are part of the GNU, and we know where those policies spoke in terms of triple BEE. But as you can see on your screen there, the procession starting to leave.
Yes, the President is leaving the precinct, and of course this is after his opening of Parliament address. Temikosi, just to carry on about this, I think throughout, since from, let's say from probably the fourth administration, I think the problems have remained the same. Poverty has been an issue, unemployment has been an issue, quality education and all these social ills. And I think then it means if the problems remain, there's an issue with regards to the functions and how the executives at those different times ensure that they combat these situations. So I think it's very important that viewers are alive and appreciate what the President has said, and also hold him and his executive accountable through Parliament to ensure that these promises are delivered.
Yeah, and the other point that the President spoke strongly on was the sustainability of municipalities. The President acknowledged that some of our municipalities are facing serious challenges, and as such made some proposal to say, look, maybe it's time that we ensure that capable and qualified people are appointed to critical positions in this municipality. People that are going to seek to ensure that there is improvement, that there's the work of the municipality happens. He emphasized this, that look, we need to appoint qualified people in the municipalities, qualified people in the critical positions in the municipality. And according to what he said, that seemed to be the only way that you can ensure the sustainability of these municipalities. As you can see right behind me, members, guests, and everyone making their way out of the precinct as the president had concluded his speech. And it's a media frenzy outside, as you can see. I'm sure there are quite a lot of interviews that are taking place there. We do have our presenters also on the outside that will be bringing us some of our reactions.
Of course, we have all of that frenzy going on outside there, and there is our presenter waiting for us. Let's hear some of the reviews and some of the reflections on what the President has said in his opening of Parliament address.
All right, Seba, as you can see, there's some of the dignitaries leaving the City Hall there, and yes, the presenter that our viewers would have seen earlier is our guest presenter, Ms. Nompindulo Mkatra. She's standing outside with Ms. Mbalintuli, also our guest presenter. They had been here in the studio earlier, and they would be getting us those reflections on what members are making of what the President has just delivered to the nation.
And on highlighting with our guest presenters today, Timinkosi, I think that the viewers would appreciate the fact that Parliament TV today has highlighted the importance of the youth in decision-making and policy-making. And of course, our guest presenters are former members of the legislature themselves, one in the provincial legislature, Mbalintuli. And of course, these are some of the conversations that they had earlier with the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Didiza, highlighting the importance and the change that young people can bring on these high-level conversations that are had, obviously in Parliament and in the provincial legislatures.
Yeah, and the President spoke of the national dialogue, and it's not the first time he's spoken about the national dialogue. During the first sitting where he was elected the President of the country, he spoke about it during his inauguration, and he's indicated that we need to have this national dialogue, especially now with the GNU formation, wherein parties will get together, all those parties that form part of the GNU will get together and develop a program that will take the country forward. And the President spoke again on the need for the development of a social compact. You know that last year, during the State of the Nation, he spoke about this. He emphasized the importance of establishing this social compact and calling on everyone to be part of it. The President doesn't seem to want to leave anyone out, so he's invited civil society, politicians, members of the public. He's just invite businesses, the labor unions to be part of this social compact, you know. So we wait and see. And yeah, as you had indicated earlier, that we have our presenters there, so I'm just trying to check and see if we can start getting a reaction. But another point that the President spoke to was stopping exporting our raw material.
Yes, he did mention that. I think also it's very important because even today we were talking about buying local and producing and, you know, that whole franchise of ensuring that we support the local industry. Now, if the President says that we should take what we have and export that, obviously that means that he's trying to grow the industries within South Africa and that we should stop importing things that we have the minerals and the resources to produce and send out to the rest of the continent and globally.
And to those who are watching at home, you of course still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV. We are live on DSTV channel 408. And of course, it was the 2024 opening of Parliament address, which the President had just concluded. And the members are now making their way out of the National Assembly. Some who are leaving just here behind us are making their way home. We still expect some reactions from some of the members. And if you want to follow us, we are available on all our social media platforms at Parliament of RSA, at Parliament of RSA on X, formerly Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. So we're still waiting to hear if we do have any reflections from our journalists outside. Yes, but yeah, it's been a long day.
It has been a long day, and I just wanted to highlight that the President said that in an act that is unprecedented in our democratic history, 10 political parties represented here in our Parliament have agreed to craft a common program to build a better and more equal and more just South Africa. Now, let's hear those reflections outside and whether the members of Parliament, as they're leaving the precinct, agree with this GNU and what their thoughts are on the address officially. Let's go outside for those reactions.
Okay. Cool. All right, so we're still here at the opening of Parliament. The President has just addressed the nation. You all know that we have been engaging with young people throughout the whole day, profiling them. We have a number of young people who have come into the 7th administration, a number of young people who've also taken office in the executive as ministers and deputy ministers. And joining us this evening, we have a segment called #The Youth Take Oath, is none than the other, Minister Soli Malati, who is the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. Minister, good evening.
Good evening to you, and it's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. I'm really excited. We are all excited as young people to have many of you in the executive. How are you feeling right now about the task ahead?
Look, it's a massive responsibility. The first 2 weeks were just overwhelming in terms of getting to understand the state of the department and speaking to as many stakeholders, both internally and externally, so that even in framing the vision, it's informed by what you find inside, but it's an inclusive process of what the stakeholders are also saying. And getting into the 3rd week where we had our budget vote, on Monday, presenting plans that were formulated ahead of you. But, once you are in there, you can't be selective about which moments are yours, which ones aren't. And quite really, I'm refreshed and I'm excited about the task ahead. I think there is a new opportunity of just new energy that has also infused to the public service, and the ultimate beneficiary can only be South African people.
Absolutely. So we had a number of conversations with different young MPs, right? I mean, the chairperson of basic education was there, Joy Maimela. We had also young people who are serving in the portfolio committee on higher education, and those actually serving on the committee of science and innovation. And everyone raised the importance of us creating access to education through technology. Speaking about access to Wi-Fi, speaking about online learning. What are your thoughts around using technology to increase access to education?
No, it's a very important thing. There are 2 barriers currently. One is, the infrastructure that guarantees connectivity. Secondly is, in order to be connected, you need devices, right? And that is another stumbling block. Currently, because of our tax regime, smartphones are considered a luxury item. As a result, there's an added tax to them, which drives the cost of those, which means that you have to be either economically superior in order to afford those. And one of the things I'm really passionate about driving in is engaging the Treasury about we need to have a threshold in terms of what constitute luxury goods, so that we can't have, smart devices being an obstacle to either young people learning on those platforms and using those devices, or even entertainment. For entertainment, it's good for the general mood of being, or life can't just be about work and no balance of entertainment. But also the digital economy is going to be a major contributor in terms of investment and job creation. So, and I was very inspired by the President's speech around finding regulations that are an inhibitor to investment opportunities and eliminating those, so that we can unleash a new army of digital entrepreneurs, but also have young people enthused about learning. This whole thing about technology can be so powerful because not every learner is going to have the means eventually to be able to afford public transport to go to a school. But if we can put devices in learners' hands and have them connected, then even the process of learning becomes much more innovative. It can catch up with international trends, and we can just have an entire generation of young people that are empowered differently.
So, Minister, I really believe that the manner in which a department like yours and many other departments can go about achieving some of these things is through social compacting and working with your other departments. Science and innovation, there's so much work that's being done there currently in increasing access to, internet connectivity. Electricity, you need to meet with him, all right? And so do you envision yourself having conversations with multiple stakeholders so that you have like an enclave of support in order for you to achieve what you want to achieve?
No, absolutely, and I think that's what the spirit of the GNU and you is inculcating in all of us, because some of these common problems have transversal impact on the delivery of government services. And across departments, we face the same problems. We have to be the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies that drives technology, the embracing of technology throughout the government system. But each and every department in government has an ICT department. Sure. What does it do, you know, in the bigger picture, and what are some of the programs that are there in place? Because there's a lot of duplication, right? And we have to embrace the sense that, you know, we have to, do things digital literacy, and that just, you know, goes beyond school kids, but also within the public service, you know, even within, you know, public officials, and you know this very well, that, you know, even at our level, there are not people who are, you know, that savvy in order to be effective, so that we can then reduce time we spend on printing documents, going through printing documents, and can let people focus on the outputs of their work. So that is one of the ways that we aim to do that.
All right. Well, there you have it, citizens of South Africa. That is Minister Soli Malatsi. I think he's just over 35, right? So generally he's young. The IPU would definitely say you're young. We're so excited, and I must say we are committing to supporting you. We want you to succeed, and we know you have the support of your Deputy Minister, of course, who has lots of experience in this space, but you need the support of Intanga Zako, and we are making that commitment under hashtag the Youth Take Oath. Back to the studio. Yeah? Yeah? Well, let's have it. You. This side. All right, so we're still here with hashtag the Youth Take Oath, profiling young MPs. I'm joined by Honourable Bax. I call him Bax. We serve together on the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation in the 6th administration, and you were absolutely brilliant. You moved into basic education, you championed issues around pit latrines and infrastructure in general in the basic education system. But now you're the entire Deputy Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Look, thank you so much. I'm feeling really great right now. It's a new responsibility, it's a new challenge. We get put in these spaces because we are capable to make a meaningful difference, and serving in such a massive role and leading such a huge caucus to make sure that we hold our own in Parliament, in making sure that whoever's in the executive from our own and those that are in Parliament to play oversight do due diligence and do a solid job in doing so. So it's my responsibility to make sure that I charted the way forward of that, and making sure that members of Parliament that took an oath of office know exactly what they need to do to make sure that they serve South Africans, uphold the rule of law in this country, and make sure that the legislation that we make in Parliament is responsive to the challenges that South Africans do face, so that they can change their lives for the better.
Thank you. So I really want to know how the work that you began in the 6th administration will continue into the 7th administration, because you really made a great impact on basic education. Are you deliberate about how you're working with the young person, hopefully young person, who's been deployed to basic education? What's your plan? Because I feel like success and continuation is very important.
Look, I think we've got a great minister that's been there, young, you know, in our age as well, age group, and she was our former chief whip. So I think at this point in time, she's got solid plans to make sure that children can read for meaning, because if a child can't read, they're doomed before they even beginning, you know, at the start of their early age. And the president announced today about early childhood development and how making sure that access must be access to quality education, so that we can utilize that quality education to participate tomorrow. But also the environment must be conducive. I, for one, almost fell in a pit toilet when I was, you know, still in school in grade 1. So that's why it's a massive passion for me. And I think the person that's in there has outlined solid plans to make sure that is addressed. And today the president also regurgitated that particular plan. So I think it's very, very important for us to have an oversight responsibility in Parliament as a Deputy Chief Whip to make sure that we follow up on those plans, so that they are implemented, so that the schools are changed for the better, so that the environment is more conducive for a child in the deep rural areas of Tsolo, and a child who's in Khayelitsha or a child who's in Wynberg is getting good quality education, so that we don't manage the equality of outcome, but we manage the equality of opportunity that they get the best.
Last one. So in our conversation with the many young people we spoke to throughout the day, young MPs, the issue around the youth caucus and the youth parliament came up. You're a deputy chief whip now. Hopefully you'll have a little bit more space to influence how parliament positions itself. Can you commit to attempting to ensure that we have an active youth parliament that's not only an event, but is actually entrenched into the systems of parliament, and an active youth caucus?
Look, I think as young people, we have a big responsibility to influence decision making. There's absolutely no way we can sit on the sidelines and not participate and make sure that we push the agenda of young people. I mean, 7 out of 10 young people can't find work. Even those that are qualified go stand at robots, wearing their graduation gowns. So it's important for us not just to discuss in a youth parliament, but to say, how do we influence the program of government to implement things that are going to take youth out of unemployment into opportunity, into jobs. And in us doing so, we've got a responsibility not just to engage on our own, but what are the ministers doing towards that? What is the government doing towards that? And holding them accountable to make sure that people's lives are tangibly changed for the better. And definitely in opposition, I will whip it into shape to make sure that people at least do the bare minimum that is required of them, so that young people don't stand on unemployment queues, but rather are in the tax queues to contribute to our economy.
Awesome. Well, that's Honourable Baxolile Notata. He's no stranger to many of us. He's now the Deputy Chief Whip. Thank you so much. We'll now be joined by Honourable Sarupen. He's the Deputy Minister, one of the Deputy Ministers of Finance. And Usos Mali, we want the money. Thank you so much for joining us, Deputy Minister. Congratulations, and we wish you all the best. Deputy Minister, the whole day on hashtag the Youth Take Oath, we've been speaking about young people, right? Young people who've ascended into power or responsibility as deputy ministers, as ministers, but also as MPs. A lot of the ideas we may come with ultimately need funding. And you are sitting closer to the purse. Tell us how we can ensure that we have finances to fund the many ideas that could contribute to youth development.
Yeah, so I think what we've got to first do as young people is to say that the expenditure patterns we've seen for the last 10 years, particularly from 2010 to 2018, was unproductive. It went into bailouts. It didn't go into investment. And when you invest in, there are two things we know from IMF data, World Bank data, BRICS Bank data, it doesn't matter what your ideology is. When you invest in people through healthcare and education, and when you invest in the infrastructure that enables people to do what they want to do, you get good outcomes. When you throw it at bad things, so firstly, we've got to, as young people, push back hard against unproductive spending, which is what we have seen in government. And we've got to tell the state that the priorities need to change. And one of those priorities has to be investment into young people, because we've got a young population. South Africa's got one of the youngest populations in the world. Our average age now is 30. And so we've got to channel that investment into enabling people to live lives that they value. And that's what we've got to do. So the expenditure patterns that we've seen for the last 10 years have to change. And so you're absolutely right. And what can we do as young people? Obviously lobby very hard, attend public participation meetings and budgets. Don't wait for someone else to do it. If we don't do it ourselves, nobody else is going to do it. And if your voice isn't in the room as a young person, when public participation happens on your local council budgets, your ward committees, in Parliament, you're going to be drowned out by the special interests who do make sure they're in the room at that time. So that's how we channel this investment away from unproductive spending and into things that matter to people. So that's what I would urge young people to do. And certainly in National Treasury, that's what I'm picking the right fights on at the moment. And as a young person, of course, I'm there to fight for what is right.
Sure. I mean, I'm glad you're raising, looking into unproductive spending, because I think that there are a lot of funds that are channeled towards youth development, towards upskilling, reskilling in various departments, but they sort of need to be coordinated. Can you just give your thoughts on that?
Yeah. So, I mean, there are several things. There's a lot of duplication in government, and there are lots of bursary programs and so on. But at the end of the day, it's amorphous. It's a bit of a mess, and it doesn't try to stream young people in. So, I mean, one of the things that Treasury does, and they do this well, I'll give them credit, is the public service says you must have 3 years of experience to get in to a decent role. But the internships that the government offers is only 2 years. Treasury does do 3-year internships. So if we're going to make this legal requirement, why are we not unlocking the barriers. That's one example. So we need to do that. The CETAs, we know, are a black box. And there's a lot of development funding that could be channeled towards young people. But we have CETAs that try to spend money taking themselves on overseas study tours. So we do need a coordinating. you know this firsthand. So we need to move that spending again productively, but it needs to be coordinated. And I do think that the NYDA should be repurposed to house all of these things and to begin to say, how do we channel this and how do we deal with structural unemployment? Why are so many young people poor and trapped in poverty? Because you go to school for 12 years, but your skills are mismatched what the economy demands. And so we have people whose families desperately give up everything to get them into universities, not because they've done anything wrong in life, but because the school system hasn't equipped them. And so we've got to channel all of the spending properly, got to skill people appropriately for the demand side of the economy so that people can get in. It's ridiculous that we've got a massive youth unemployment rate, between 50 and 70% depending on the quarter, and then you've got all these vacancies in the economy. It makes absolutely no sense, and that needs to be resolved. And I think there's a role for better coordination there.
Well, there you have it, fellow South Africans. Deputy Minister Ashur Soripen, Deputy Minister of Finance. I really hope, Deputy Minister, as the former chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, right, that we'll be able to address some of the issues at NSFAS. The money needs to be followed. There's been great investment done there, increased funding for administrative purposes, but we need to follow the money in higher education. I absolutely agree with you. And I really hope we have that discussion with Ms. Luaka of the NYDA. We were hoping to actually have the both of you in the conversation earlier on. And we wish you all the best with your 5 years to come, and we'll definitely be there to support you as young people.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I will take that up with the NYDA. I promise.
Well, there we have it. We're heading back to the studio. And you've been listening to hashtag the Youth Take Oath here at the opening of Parliament. And I'm really excited to hear the many ideas that young deputy ministers and ministers have in taking this country forward over the next 5 years. Back to studio. We're still here at the opening of Parliament address. We've listened to the President, Cyril Ramaphosa. We've had a day of engaging conversations with young members of Parliament who've been sworn into the 7th administration. And we're almost sort of joined by the big boss of the young people. We're joined by Deputy Minister Steve Litsike. Deputy Minister, thank you so much for coming, and congratulations on your appointment. Any reflections about the next 5 years, what you have installed, and just generally how you're feeling right now?
Yeah, no, thank you so much. I think one must appreciate the President's opening statement to the country, because it's charging the way forward in terms of the framework, the principle, but also the program of action that must take place. Top of the agenda, it's employment, it's economic growth, because we have faced triple threats: poverty, unemployment, and inequality in South Africa, and that we cannot run away from. So whatever that we do, whether into different sectors, paying attention on infrastructure, paying attention on education, on health, all of that, it must benefit the economic growth, because young people have no patience anymore. Women have no patience anymore. Vulnerable groups have no patience anymore. We must do just about implementation of everything that the President has said.
So, we often speak about the first 100 days, right? And we already have seen you hitting the ground. Deputy Minister Litsike is just over 35, under 40. So according to the IPU, she is young. First 100 days, what do you see? 3 practical sort of plans that you see yourself implementing to make sure that young people are brought into confidence on the type of leadership they could see over the next 5 years?
Look, the most important thing is the information that must get to young people. We cannot speak about the National Youth Service and young people don't know about it. So it's about how do we actually make sure there's a spread coverage of township, peri-urban, rural areas, where young people are brought closer to the information, closer to the opportunities, but also where we facilitate access. to these opportunities. So we have an opportunity. What the stimulant initiatives that President is talking about, give it to young people. Let young people own these initiatives. And secondly, we know very well, I mean, our mandate as a department is also to look at how we advocate, how we mainstream, but most importantly, how we also monitor some of the intervention. It is our responsibility to move department by department to analyze exactly what is going to happen. So within these first 100 days, we're going to be already telling the departments where you have lacked, but what you need to be prioritizing, at least as kind of a medium-term program. We're going to guard it. We're going to completely look at the mid-term approaches that tells us that our government is moving into the right step, and also our government is actually yielding the results accordingly.
Deputy Minister, there's often an attempt to be, I want to say it as simply as this, wishy-washy, vague about setting targets for transformation, right? I mean, and sometimes women will be made to feel like when they speak about representation of women, oh, there they go again. When we speak about representation of youth, oh, there they go again. Disability, the same thing. LGBTQIA, the same thing. How will we ensure that this laissez-faire approach to transformation is addressed in order for us to inculcate very intentional planning and budgeting? I mean, we were speaking to the Deputy Minister of Finance just now. Very intentional planning and budgeting in order for us to mainstream this type of representation that we want to see.
Look, one of the most important documents I've asked for when I walked into the office is where is the gender transformation budget? Where is it? And I think what's common and what's good is that even coming out of the Khotla just over the weekend, we've agreed on common agenda, gender equality, women prioritization, and most importantly, young people. It's exactly that. So we are actually looking into this conversation directly with Treasury, because you can't speak just about programs without resources. Who is financing, what are we financing, and whether it's transforming lives. So gender transformation approaches, it's exactly what we're adopting. Until we get quite a feminized government, we will reach there. But I'm glad that our president represents exactly that.
Yeah. And also conversations with Stats SA. I mean, often when, having been a member of parliament in the 6th administration, you will ask about a target that's been set, and you look at this target and you think, this is way below what we think it should be targeting, right? And you'll be told, no, it's because, we're informed by the stats. These are the only people who actually have the skills. To some extent, what we're feeling citizens to be communicating to us. People are saying, I'm a young person with a disability. I don't have a job.
Yeah.
I have this particular skill. Yeah. But when we're looking at the annual reports, it doesn't correlate. Conversations with Stats SA?
Look, Stats SA has released the latest census, which was 2022 data. And no doubt the data represents a worrying factor. Part of it is that the number of percentage of young people that are unemployed, while our country has increased the literacy aspect, when you look at the stats in terms of how many graduates we had over 10 years ago versus now, that you have increased how many young people have got access to that, and predominantly women, because there's that resilience approach that women stay in the system when they have the opportunity. But we also need to increase it amongst young men as well, where we want to also just ensure that we elevate dynamics of gender as well. But I think the biggest problem that we have is whether the young people who graduate, who are really much completely achieving this aspect of education knowledge, whether they can translate it to prosperity of the country. That's a concern, because you can't have over 45% of young people unemployed who are educated. That's absurd. So skills are achieved when there is practice. So what we must prioritize, get young people to get the skill opportunities, and to some extent also align them with some of the education aspects that we're talking about, because there's a misalignment that young people who have PhDs or young people with masters, and they become waiters, so they can't apply that knowledge. And I'm not even undermining waiters, because hospitality is it's a big, right?
Yeah.
So the skill is not translated, the education is not translated. When President 2 years or a few years ago actually announced to say, reduce and in fact eliminate the idea that you want experience. How do young people get experience if you don't give those opportunities? So we must be intentional. Transformation is intentional. Skills building is intentional. And I think we must equip these young people. And those who are outside or who dropped out of school, we must not leave them behind. Because you may not have been exposed to the technical, theoretical or academic scholarly approaches, but your knowledge and your mindset and your will does also contribute to skills building. You can use your hand, you can use absolutely everything. And I think we are a country that have a great future ahead. We must grab it. And we cannot work in silos. We need each other, and we can actually achieve it together.
Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much to the Deputy Minister for Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, the Deputy Minister, Steve Lidzike. I think for me personally, I'm excited, even on the issues of budget. We're fighting for them. I mean, CGE wants a bigger budget on higher education. They're doing many investigations around, gender-related issues, but they don't have a big enough budget to get across 50 TVET colleges, 26 universities, abazufika, right? So we commit ourselves to being motor forces to support the amazing work that you plan on doing. Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. Well, that's it from the Deputy Minister, Steve Lidzike, from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. We are here still at the opening of Parliament. The President has spoken to the nation. We've been having many conversations with young people. I am truly inspired by the views and thoughts that young people have, and ours will be to remain to support them. Well, stay tuned for many more reactions. We're heading back to the studio.
We're here getting the reaction still outside of the OPA, outside of Cape Town, and we're speaking to everyone. And right now I have with me Songezo Zibi. He is the leader of Rise Mzansi, as well, of course, as the SCOPA chairperson right now. So we're just getting the reactions from Songezo. Songezo, obviously the president's speech has been said by many people to have been quite ordinary, the usual run-of-the-mill. But I think what everyone knows from this election is that things are not going to be the same as usual. And of course, you have been put into an incredibly important position. Can we ask you, what are you expecting to be able to do as the chairperson of SCOPA, which is one of the most important positions, standing committee in Parliament? What do you want to see in the next 5 years?
Look, I think we have a unique opportunity in that in Parliament and in each of the committees, including SCOPA, there is no political party that has got a majority. For a committee such as ours, a standing committee on public accounts, is potentially a really good thing, because we can finally elevate ourselves a little bit beyond the narrow party political interests where nobody can marshal their numbers to block or to misdirect the work of the committee. My job as chair of SCOPA is to get the committee members to agree on a common agenda for the 5 years, first of all, and secondly, for each of the financial years that are the 5 financial years that are going to make up this term of this administration, and to make sure that we focus on issues that are going to move the needle rather than chasing volume for its own sake. The quality of the work that SCOPA does, the reports that are tabled before Parliament, the remedial actions that are recommended, and the follow-up on those needs to be on the money so that South Africans can get value for the work that Parliament is supposed to do.
A lot of people think that it's convention to have the SCOPA chair part of the opposition. In this particular administration, your party is also part of the GNU, in some ways you are opposition, but you're also part of the pact. How do you reconcile that? And also, I mean, do you think that you'll still have the ability in your position as Scopa Chair to have the requisite oversight and the requisite ability to actually hold all departments accountable in the way that you should? And of course, I mean, we all know that the ANC has been part of Scopa before, but what are you feeling? Because since then it has been a real convention to have an opposition member, which some might say you guys are not as part of the GNU.
Look, I mean, it's interesting about the convention because in the first parliament, there were two political parties that were both in government. It was the IFP and the ANC. And Scopa did a damn good job of investigating the arms deal. What is needed are MPs who are loyal to the Constitution and the work that Parliament does. And I think we have an opportunity now at this crossroads in South Africa that we're able to do that again. And I'm loyal to the Constitution. I'm loyal to the work that Parliament is doing here. Secondly, I'm not in the executive. Nobody from Rise Mzansi is in the National Cabinet. And therefore, that natural conflict that people fear, that to take decisions on the one side and then oversee yourself on the other, also doesn't exist in this instance. So I really look forward to doing the work in the committee together with the political parties therein.
And in terms of Rise Mzansi's own agenda and the things that they've been talking about, what they want to see as being part of the main policy of the national government going forward, before you were part of the GNU, do you think that you still have the ability to push some of those issues, or how is it going to work for you as both an opposition party and a party that is in the GNU?
Look, what I'm waiting for is the implementation. I felt that the President plagiarized our manifesto with his speech. I mean, there were several things, Bali, in there. We've said time and time again, if you don't fix municipalities, you cannot fix the economy. The President spoke to that. He spoke about funding legislation and making sure that the commitments that are done have got a sort of the necessary resources. He spoke about the need to manage debt carefully and reduce the cost of debt, and then redirect those into social investment, into investing in the economy. The fourth thing he spoke about, infrastructure. I think the President went to bed, read the Rise Mzansi manifesto, and then gave his speech. What we're waiting for is the implementation now.
Thank you so much for joining us. It's been wonderful to hear from Songezo. I think that we obviously understand what Scopa is going to do. We're going to move to Fasia Hassan now, just to have a real conversation with her as a young person, as a woman in Parliament for the first time, even though, of course, she's been a legislator in Gauteng before and a chairperson in Gauteng. And I think one of the questions that I want to ask you before we really get into the meat of it is, how are you feeling about the role? What are you expecting in this particular administration? What are you hoping to achieve?
I think it's always overwhelming to be a young person, to be a woman, all the things you've said. You don't just have the burden of having to, be able to basically interpret for yourself, but also for the millions of people who, yes, elected you here, but also who ultimately said that they're in crisis. Life is really not what they expected it to be, and I think there's just very little room for error. But in terms of expectations for the 7th administration, I know there's a lot of doom and gloom, but I actually think it's very exciting. And I think we're at a very critical moment in our democracy. And in many ways, we have to rise to the occasion. There's no other choice. As elected representatives, we must now rise to what our people need us to be. And that's actually why I'm hopeful. I think there's going to be a lot more inter-party working. We've already seen that. And ultimately, the main reason why everyone's coming together is because the South African people forced us to. And so I think that's really the most exciting part of where we are now.
You have been one of the people that has been put on the Judicial Service Commission, and I think that obviously you're one of the most qualified, being somebody that has got an LLB and is studying for their masters. But for young people, there's always this expectation that they should do better, or that they haven't done as much as they should to be in that particular role. I think that a lot of people that have been watching us today have, because of the youth takeoff, has been really about how are young people taking up their space, and I think you're one of the exemplary, people that have been doing that. just talk us through a little bit about that particular role, that particular process, how you felt, and what you think that the response has been.
So the Judicial Services Commission, it's one of those sort of heavy hitter committees that everybody tends to see on TV. But you're right, being the youngest person, many were like, well, why is she there, right? And this idea that because you're young, because you're a woman, you're underqualified or you don't deserve to be there, and we have to defeat all of those stereotypes and all of those glass ceilings. And in fact, it goes back to what I said earlier, there's very little room for error. But the reality is, when we take up the space in these spaces, it means that in the next JSC or in the next round, we want to see more young people across political parties, because gone are the days where there are holy cows who are the best at only this particular issue. And I think we're turning that on its head.
Amazing. And I mean, we want to just say also congratulations. We know that you've just newly married, and we think that that's amazing because, again, one of the things that women have had to hit a ceiling of in South African politics is having to balance both, you know, family life and boundaries, and we're wishing you really the best from Parliament TV, and we think it's been really great. So well done and congratulations, and we wish you everything of the best in terms of your 7th administration and also this incredibly important role that you're going to be playing.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy that we could continue with the Youth Take Oath, and also looking forward to what we can do as young people in the 7th administration.
And thank you so much. We are absolutely happy with everything that's happened today as the youth take off. We feel that we have done great. I want to welcome my co-host back, Unompendulo. I'm quite sure. I think we've done a great day today. What a day from 5 a.m.
Oh my God.
The youth take off. I think we've been very excited about everything the youth have done.
Yeah.
And before I go back to studio, of course, this is the main brainchild. Is that the word?
I don't know.
The person who had the idea for what this needed to be. So I really want to give her an opportunity to sign off.
Well, let me first start by saying, Bali, thank you so much for agreeing for us to do this. And thank you so much to Parliament TV. I think, you see, for us, Bali, we started the conversation around youth representation during our programs with like our constituencies, right? So you'll have a civic education program here, a voter education program there, and young people are saying we want to see more of us. And so regardless of us not being in the space now, we do care about the generational mission of ensuring that there's more young people in those spaces of leadership of the country. And so we wanted to say to citizens that you, young people in particular, you said you want to see more young people. And in the 7th administration, we do have more young people. And today you got to meet a few of them. You understood their backgrounds. I mean, but also I think the key young person was the Speaker of Parliament, Mam Togo, right?
It was.
And you related, Mbali, to Mam Togo's journey, I mean, from a motherhood perspective. So people who weren't listening earlier on, maybe you can just highlight the conversation we had with Mam Togo and why that conversation was important for us to have on the segment, The Youth Take Oath.
Look, I think that Umam Togo already represents young people who come into a parliamentary legislative background and then also have to navigate the idea that you're going to have a family like I do, like she did, and she was the first parliamentarian who had a child in Parliament. I was one of the first in terms of my cohort in the legislature, and just really getting the sense that it's possible and it must be done, and we mustn't have any holy cows about what young people are able to achieve, especially women, because there's so many barriers and hindrances given first the bias and then of course the idea of being the natural primary provider in a home. And I think she really was one of the people that really broke those ceilings. Also being from KZN was an inspiration to people like myself and continues to be, and I hope that you and I will continue to do that now.
Sure. So we started with Mam Togo. She was 29, Mam Togo Titiza, the Speaker of the Parliament. She was 29 when she was sworn into the first National Assembly of Democratic South Africa. Then we had a number of interesting conversations. I mean, the IFP ANC conversation between Joy Maimela and House Chairperson Majosi, they come from way back. Yeah, the EFF chats, they come from way back in the NYDA, you know, and they're here together. So, but what I also appreciate is what they highlighted. I mean, the different young people speaking about access. That came up so many times. I mean, Honorable Chauke, who's visually impaired, she spoke about access. Honorable Khachau, who's serving in higher education, she spoke about access. Honorable Msezane from MKP spoke about access. an ongoing conversation. So young people want a way in, but young people, once they find their way in, also want to succeed. But I also want to call on young people, as a former MPL and a former MP, we're calling on young South Africans to participate in democratic processes. The only way in which we can strengthen our democracy is if we avail ourselves as young people. Attend public hearings, watch parliament, watch committees, not only the OPA when you want to see people's dresses and be fashion police, watch committee meetings and be able to make submissions to committees on how you think they can advance our collective interests as South Africans. We are officially signing out. It's been a difficult task anchoring, but yeah, hashtag the youth take oath. We're sending you back to studio.
And thank you to the lovely Nompendulo and Mbali for joining us here at Parliament TV. And of course, this shows the commitment of Parliament of ensuring that the youth is involved. Now, that marks the end of the opening of Parliamentary address by the President, who delivered it today, where he highlighted the administration's comprehensive plans and long-term vision for the upcoming 5-year term.
And that's through Tsepo. Viewers are reminded that the President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, convened this joint sitting of Parliament to deliver his opening of Parliament address as empowered by Section 84 of the Constitution, which grants the President the authority to summon a joint sitting of both Houses of Parliament for an extraordinary session to conduct special business. Viewers at home, you can join us tomorrow morning. We will be live from 8 o'clock. Building up to the debate that is scheduled to start at 10 o'clock at the National Assembly. Ikamalam, Ngoma.
Follow that conversation on our social media sites, and that is at Parliament of RSA, and this is of course across all media platforms. You have YouTube, you have Twitter, which is X now, and of course Facebook. Join the conversation, use hashtag OPA2024 and let us hear what your views are. Good night.
Good night.